We should have started at 8:30. So we've lost some time, and we need to catch up with time so that we are able to meet all the agenda items, but also not to leave this place late. At this point, I want to request a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer. A volunteer. Since I'm saying volunteer, I'm not mentioning any. Okay, thank you. Prayer. Believe and trust that God will carry us forever again and thank our information. Let's do self-introductions. When we begin from the side. Yeah, we can start there and we can take it to. Good morning, everyone.
Planning department of
Good morning, everyone. I'm moderator, Financial Resources Department.
Good morning, Bruce. Tomorrow is my name, the district engineer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Indo. I work with labor as a senior legal officer.
Good morning to you all. My name is Gavita. I also work with labor, and I work as a senior agency coordinator.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is. Good morning, everyone. I'm very Boa. I work with Emily.
Morning, everyone. Just visit my demo to the council. Good morning, everyone. I'm Teresa EMC. So, good morning, please. This is your review.
Thank you so much. I presume that we now know each other. The people behind you can feel free. We still have more seats in front. You're comfortable moving in front. We shall proceed to our item. I already introduced myself. I am Christine Matusa. I also work with Emily, Environmental Management for Livelihood Improvement. The convener of today's work in collaboration with WWA. So we shall proceed to our next agenda item, which is on scene setting and letting us know why we are here and what we expect out of today's engagement. And I'll be the one to take you through. Like you had the introductions, we have representatives from two districts. Our intervention is targeting the greater Viloga landscape, but particularly Chisoro and Rubidizi. And we're looking at the members that form the district natural resource committee. That is why you see we have from the DNR, we have community development officers, we have the engineers who are able to draw this kind of participation from the composition as it is provided for under the National Environment Act 2019. So it is the act that obliges the district to establish the district environment and natural resource committees, and their functions are to coordinate urban and district council activities related to environment and natural resource management. Then also prepare district environment action plans, integrate environmental concerns in the district activity plans and projects, and also prepare the state of environment report. We know that NEMA produce this report that the districts contribute to. So according to the Act, those are the functions, but they are not only limited to this. We picked a few, but the Act provides for more than what is presented here. But what is the challenge and why we are here? The challenge is that despite the provisions of having these committees and the functions as they are provided in the Act, we continue to see that there is persistent environmental degradation. We see across the country, we all know about the Bungoma Forest Reserve, which has been degraded for sugarcane growing. We know issues around Kalizo Forest Reserve, that is deforested for agriculture. Then there is Share Forest, that is also encroached on for farming, timber, and firewood. When you look around the literature that is provided for, those are some of the activities that are leading to environmental degradation. And then the other challenge is really for Kisoro is coming because of the high population, the growing population that is increasing the demand for natural resources, especially land, and also other natural resources like forest, timber, and firewood. Then key challenge also is that many district local governments have not complied with the Act's provisions. When I say the provisions, I mean establishing their committees, but also meeting their functions as the committees if there are any. Then also failed to fully constitute or operationalize the committees. I was going through the Kisoro Forest Development Plan, and one of their strategies to operationalize the committee and also building their capacity around their roles and functions, but then we do not have it. Then there is limited capacity or organization at that level, then weakness in implementing functions and a limited coordination. So from the work that we've done as NED, we're also able to do a survey or a mission to establish what are the issues around the establishment of the environment, the district environment committees. Because the target of the project is to have this operationalized, but then what is the SWOT, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what are the opportunities, and what are the threats. So we came up with a brief report that indicated an issue of coordination. It also indicated an issue of financing, and also indicated an issue of lack of guidelines to establish this committee. So that informed the reason as to why we had to come up with, we had to coordinate with NEMA, being the lead agency regulating environment management in the country, to give guidance to the districts on how we can move forward to operationalize the existence of the committee. So we noticed that the district environment and natural resource committees require support to function efficiently and equitably. So we know that to do that, NEMA is drafting the regulations to prescribe procedures for this. And that is why we are here. You can proceed to the next because So we are here to have an input into these regulations. From the interactions, from the discussions that we've had, it came out that it is, we do not have the committees because we do not have the guidelines. But when we approached NEMA said we have a draft regulations. So we felt it prudent to have the districts that we are targeting in the implementation of this project to have input to this. So, but specifically, we want to create awareness about the act. I don't know how many districts have had copies. We have 2 districts, but I don't know how many members from the districts have had attached or have seen the hard copy of the act or have read the soft copy. You've seen the hard copy. You have, you got one. Who else?
And it's the soft copy.
Okay, others use the soft copy. So you see that not many have the copies of the act, and most maybe they have not even read much about it. So we are creating awareness on the act. And then we are building capacity on environment governance on this meeting to ensure sustainable management of natural resources. And then we want to discuss the draft regulations, giving effect to Section 27, the establishment of these committees. And then we shall disseminate the act. We are supposed to have hard copies of this act, but unfortunately, we're not able to come with them, but they will come along to the district office because they're in the process of being printed. Then we have the outcome, that is to generate input and raise awareness on the regulations, but also build capacity around environmental governance and forest management at sub-national level, because we know forests have been they have been encroached on so much. So we need to also discuss around how we can promote effective forest management in how does the act also provide for this? What is the role and the responsibility that the communities can play around the conservation? So that marks the same setting for today. And I hope now we are on the same page as to why we are here and as to why we selected you to be part. Because you form you are part of the members that are provided for to sit on the committees. So thank you so much. We shall proceed to our next agenda. Thank you for that stand. Unless there is no question. If there is none, we shall go straight to a presentation about the overview of the act. We shall have a general overview and then we shall zero down to sections themselves. I want to invite Mr. Jens. Thank
you very much. I'll share them with your colleague who's projecting. the Act. I am fortunate to have this, which both copies have been available to you. It's the popular version of the National Environment Act. With support from a development partner, we had over 200 pages more released into this small volume. It's written in a less legal format, so it's easy to understand, but it captures the most important areas of the Act. So as I share, the reference will be in respect to the provisions of the Act, but most importantly, the simpler explanation is in this document, which you can read and use, and then cross-reference the main Act if you want the full detail. But it was launched 2 months ago, underwent validation by different stakeholders, and we checked it as legal to make sure that it's not misinterpreting the provisions. So what is here is the simpler version of what is in the law itself. Yeah, so when you're engaging communities or interfacing with anyone who would want to understand certain position of the National Environment Act on any aspect, this book will be handy as Emily makes preparation to provide you with the Act itself. So for the presentation, which is not in the slide, yes, the Constitution has what is called national objectives and directives of state principles. These are not binding provisions of the Constitution. Yes, these national guidelines and directives of state principles are not binding provisions of the Constitution, but they inform the spirit with which the Constitution was made, but also the guidelines around which Uganda chooses to govern itself. And Objective 27 relates to the environment. It provides that the state shall promote sustainable development and public awareness of the need to manage land, air, water resources in a balanced and sustainable manner for the present and future generations. Many people have had sustainable development in the last 2 decades, where it's being defined as development that caters for the needs of the current generation without compromising those of the future generation. As early as 1995, Uganda already had that in mind as a guiding position in respect to managing the environment. And to this, it speaks to how resources shall be utilized and the need to reduce the negative impact we have on these resources as Ugandans when we are using them. Then, can move to the next slide here. The national objective also provides that the state shall promote the implementation of energy policies that will ensure people meet their basic needs. We are dealing with an energy crisis as we speak, but most importantly and relevant for this meeting, those objectives also state that the state, including local governments, shall create and develop parks, reserves, recreation areas, and ensure conservation of natural resources in their jurisdictions for the sake of local governments, and also promote the national use of natural resources so as to safeguard and protect the biodiversity of Uganda. So even before we start the binding provisions, there is mandate on local government, there is mandate on the state as a whole to make sure that these resources are managed in a certain way. So that's the background context that I thought we need to have before we go into the specifics. We also have Article 39 of the Constitution, which provides for the right to a clean and healthy environment. Because you here, or us here, are the state, when a right is provided to the citizens, it's an obligation upon us to create an enabling environment for that right to be enjoyed. So it may just seem plain. It's one of the most summarized articles of the Constitution. Article 39, right to a clean and healthy environment. Every Ugandan has a right to a clean and healthy environment. It seems simple, but it's very complicated because it puts an obligation on the state to make sure we use all resources available to avail this environment to Ugandans. Of course, it also puts an obligation on every citizen not to infringe another person's right to that environment. So it's a very key provision of the Constitution that we have to bear in mind as we are working on environmental issues. Then Article 245, which is the enabling article for the creation of the National Environment Act. It provides that Parliament shall make law to provide for measures intended for protection and preservation of the environment. And it's under this that the National Environment Act was made previously. The 2019 one has now become CAP 181. I know most of you may be referring to it as the National Environment Act of 2019, but following the making of the new laws of Uganda, it's now referred to as CAP or Chapter 181 of the laws of Uganda. Yes, so that act stems from this article of the Constitution. Yeah, with this, I think we now have a background which shows where the article, this act of Parliament, where this act of Parliament stems from. So we shall now go to the specific provisions of the document. The article itself, the act, itself is very big with many provisions, and I will request that as I present here, we can follow through together, and I help to expose this new popular version. The National Environment Act has about 18 parts, and each of these provides for a different aspect of the environment. The first one, in part 1, it provides for the preliminaries, which include definitions, but 2 provisions stand out in part 1, which I will explain. I think you have skipped slide. Yeah, these are the 2 provisions that I thought we need to shine light on, but among other provisions of part 1 of the Act is the interpretation. I know we have all read laws, and the interpretation section helps you to know that much as this word may mean something else in the dictionary, or it may mean something else in another law, the interpretation section provides for the context in which that word should be interpreted relative to that law. So a number of words are interpreted in the interpretation section, but as you see in the popular version, we pick up specifically on the Act, which means the acts, the authorized officer, an officer of the authority, or other persons authorized on behalf of NEMA to act. So where you find authorized officer in the act, it means either a NEMA officer or an officer of the lead agency. And then developer, look at ecosystem services, extended producer responsibility. In the act itself, the definitions are many. There are over 50 definitions of different words, but some of these are what we thought we would pick out because others are words of common usage. So things like extended producer responsibility, which refers to the responsibility of producers for the entire life cycle of the product. We are currently working on regulations as well, just as the ones for district natural resource committees. We are working on regulations for extended producer responsibility, where we shall be requiring producers of certain material to make sure they are responsible for how that material is disposed, whether it's plastic, whether it's rubber, and other material. So that is also defined here. Genetic resources, EPF, which is the Environment Protection Force, genetically modified organisms, lead agency. This refers to a ministry, department, agency, or local government, public officer, in which or in whom the function of the control or management of any segment of the environment is vested. Yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, the word lead agency sometimes is used to refer to NEMA, which in some cases rightfully so, but lead agencies are in most cases other government MPAs other than NEMA, which are mandated with a segment of the environment. And for districts or for local governments, they are lead agencies in respect to all environment segments within their jurisdiction. So in that regard, the local governments become lead agencies. For forests, we have NFA. For wetlands, we have the wetlands department in the Ministry of Water and Environment, and so on and so forth. So lead agencies should be looked at in that context, and NEMA comes in to coordinate, to monitor, to supervise, and make sure that all the lead agencies are delivering on their mandate. So back to the specific provisions, which I thought I should pick from part one. The section on the right to a decent environment, this relates to Article 39. It's just reiterating or providing a little more detail than is provided for in the Act. So every Ugandan, both from Article 39 and also Section 3 of the Act, has that right to a decent environment, and in whatever we do, as we develop, as we make improvements to any area, we have to make sure that that is done without compromising or violating that right. The second one, which is very important for you as lead agencies, is rights of nature, Section 4. The section on rights of nature has not been fairly developed here in Uganda. Up until 2019, we didn't have that provision. It means just as human beings have rights, even natural resources have rights as natural resources. So a river has rights as a river. A river can sue the local government. Which river is in Chisoro that stands out? Yes, so you can have that river versus Chisoro District Local Government as a case. If the river discovers that you're doing things that are harming it, or you're failing to protect it, yet you're mandated. The river itself, actually, in this act, the river, in this section, the river becomes the complainant and it speaks through its legal representative. And these provisions are so developed a lot in South America and in India. Actually, for India, it has been, it's so developed. They have over 3 decades of litigation in that area, partly because of their religion, which already respects nature a lot. But eventually, the law also need to provide for that. So now we have cases where a wetland within your district, or a forest, or a tree, or any aspect of nature, a mountain. Those people in Kisoro who are handling Muhavura in a way that is not tenable for it, we can have Muhavura versus the people of Kisoro. And lawyers come and speak on behalf of the mountain. If it wins, they take you off the mountain. That's what it wants. So that section is a very important section that we need to understand. Effective 2019, nature in this country now has rights. A lake can have a right to sue or be sued. Actually, that also comes with that responsibility. Yeah. Those are the 2 sections in part 1 that I thought I should share, both in the interest of time and yeah, but a little more light is shown on all these provisions. For example, rights of nature are on page 4. Does nature have rights? And now they explain in a layman's language on page 4 of those books you have what this means and how nature can exercise those rights. Yes. Then I'll go to the next slide. The institutional structure for environment management in the country. Based on the Act, we can open page 6 of the booklets that we have. The National Environment Act provides for different institutions that have mandates in the management of the environment. And the topmost is the Policy Committee on Environment, which is provided for in section 6 of the Act. The Policy Committee on Environment is a subcommittee of cabinet comprised of 15 ministers. It is chaired by the Prime Minister. So in essence, it's almost a cabinet. And it has the Minister for Work, for Environment, for Finance, for Agriculture. There is a list in the Act, if I can read the rest. Section 6 provides for the Policy Committee on Environment. There shall be a Policy Committee on Environment responsible for strategic policy guidance on environment in Uganda. The committee shall consist of Prime Minister, who shall be the chairperson, Minister responsible for water and environment, Minister responsible for agriculture, finance, education, health, lands, gender, labor and social development, tourism, wildlife and antiquities, trade, works, energy, internal affairs, defense and veteran affairs, information, and foreign affairs as well. So it's in essence a meeting of cabinet ministers, because almost every ministry has a bearing on environment. So that's what the Policy Committee on Environment is at the top post. And below that, we have the minister. And in this case, that's the Minister for Water and Environment. And then below the minister, we have NEMA. And for NEMA, because it's an authority, I thought I should just share with us what the NEMA structure entails. On top of it being in that arrangement, we have a board of directors, an executive director, and then in 2019, the Act introduced the Environment Protection Force, which is just like the force that UA has to protect wildlife. We now have EPF, and this was launched in June this year on World Environment Day, and it stands at a force of about 50 officers and men at the moment. But the target is by the end of this financial year, that number should be close to 200. And then the number can increase based on the availability of resources. Then NEMA also has staff, all of whom are provided for in the app. And NEMA has 5 departments. The first being Office of the ED, then environmental management and environmental planning and coordination, environmental compliance, enforcement and field operations, and the 5th one being human resource, finance, and administration. Yes, so after the minister, there is NEMA with this structure, and after NEMA, there are lead agencies who manage different segments of the environment. Are we together? Yes, I've done a lot of talking, and I think given the detail in the book, we can pause for any comment, question, especially on the structure. I know that there could be a question or comment or addition. I'm not teaching, I'm just facilitating, sharing what is in the law.
Thank you for the presentation. As for any comment of the structure, I'm going to hear natural resource to relate. I just wanted you to elaborate more on the structure below the lead agent section 11, because I see local government and central government being put as wings, which I thought should be the mainstream management of the environment. And then I don't see, I just want an explanation to see why the lead agent goes directly to the environment committees, leaving out the local governments aside, the central government, which leads that I want to know who links you now, who links NEMA to the environment committees, and then the environment officers, because I know that from local government, you go to environment committees, then environment officers. So you see, even the way they did this structure, you say, I think when they read this lower part, they also got confused and did it like this. There are no arrows connecting these two. So it is favoring them only, sidelining other agencies. Thank you.
Actually,
My fellow Muja, what to add?
yes.
Thank you.
I'm also this is like some difference from the structure. Because again, because it's like you read the role of yourselves. Mwe and the NEMA, who takes precedence over the area? Because the now Mwe as the minister. Are you just putting it under the minister? Because the minister of water and environment should do. I don't know whether how you relate now use those in the NEMA. And in addition to Of course, when you talk about central government, being on the side of the lead agency and the government looks as below, basically, it's not very understood.
Yes, so on that structure, lead agency, if I can read for us section 11 on lead agency, just for clarity. Section 11
Of what?
of the Act.
The popular version.
Oh, the popular version.
Can go to the Act.
Agency, page 8. The popular version is an act. Explain the native. Yes.
The popular version.
Yeah, it's like paragraph 33. It's not well elaborate. Yeah, but the Act, section 10 provides for powers of the authority over lead agencies. The authority may, after giving reasonable notice of its intention, direct a lead agency to perform within such time as, maybe this one, section 11, a lead agency shall plan, regulate, manage the settlement of the environment within its mandate, carry out strategic environment assessment, prepare environment action plan, prepare the state of the environment in accordance with section 46, ensure any activity undertaken in its area of jurisdiction is in compliance with the Act, and so on and so forth. So this structure, central government, local government, lead agency are one. It's all part of section 11. So the use of arrows must have been failure to lump it together and not have clarity, but it's at the same level. Actually, students have even turned down just being a straight line, I think. But it's at the same level. So don't take this to mean local government and central government are peripheral. They are not central to the, they are not mainstream to the structure. It's just the same, they are the same level as lead agencies because they are lead agencies, but they have more mandate beyond lead agencies. Then to the question of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we have a very complex relationship as NEMA with the ministry. When, after the Policy Committee on Environment, the minister being the second means the Ministry of Water and Environment, and we report to the ministry. The NEMA ED is nominated, is appointed on nomination of the ministry. The board goes to the ministry. The staff, because they are appointed by the board of top management, by implication, appointed by the ministry. So at that level, the ministry is higher in rank, in hierarchy than NEMA. However, there are aspects of the environment where there is no other lead agency except a department in the ministry. And one of those is the department of wetlands. So because it becomes a lead agency as a department in the ministry, not the ministry as a whole, it comes below NEMA as a lead agency. So when NEMA is supervised by the ministry, NEMA has a department in the ministry that it supervises. Yeah, it's a lot of English, but it's just basic. It means a segment of the environment, like it's confusing. I think it was hard to explain. That's why it would have been easy if the Department of Wetlands was a standalone entity that is not in the ministry. Yeah, it's just confusing, but we have, they are our parents, but we are also their parents in a way. They supervise us, we also supervise part of what they do. Basically, they report actually the department in that as a lead agency sends things to them. Yeah, I hope I have shed some clarity. It's just yes.
It's clear only that, I just wanted to do what? To know on the departments. That is the Directorate of Environmental Affairs. And then under that, there is
The climate change, forestry,
FSSD.
wetlands.
So now I wanted to know, the ones who report to you, are they the ones, the Directorate of Environmental Affairs,
So again,
only
the ones that
the wetlands,
wetlands would report
only wetlands, then
all the parties that see. Good morning to you all. So the idea is this, you have the environment, natural resources. So these different natural resources are tagged to different agencies responsible for their management. So the idea is that these different departments become lead agencies and are supposed to be supervised by them. Why? Simply because of the law, the act that was given to operationalize on. So you find that when you want to enforce the law and policies that are within the management of these different entities of the environment are provided for in the act and are in line with the Constitution. The idea would then be that they report or they are supervised or regulated by the since it's led principal agency that oversees how the environment and natural resources in the whole country is run. That is an idea. So these different departments would report and they work together with them. So when you go into their policies, you find that one of the statements that is in their policies is that they're supposed to work with the authority to ensure that is streamlined in the management at all levels, local government and one. Supposed to work for climate change, for wetlands, for forestry. The idea is that we're supposed to work with the authority to make sure that then for us, we come and support them. So you find that at the ministerial level, although they are in charge of making the policies that supports the law, so in case of any change, the idea would be that if there are any gaps or concerns, they will be communicated from the grassroots, from the local governments, or the lead agencies that comes up, and then through that structure, then these policies are updated and changed. That is the whole idea. Otherwise, when you have a local government, it is still a lead agency, but at that level, it handles all the natural resources under its jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. As you had in the introduction, yes. Mr. Ruga is the lead agency coordinator, the senior lead agency coordinator. So he handles these aspects of making sure all lead agencies are taken care of and their responsibilities are dispensed of. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not an expert here, but as a layman on the town, we were invited for a consultation meeting. right?
Yes.
Meaning you expected something from us as we do expect of course from you. And our submission would either be integrated with what you had before, or like you give us what you have, so that we look at it and say that this works and this, according to local doesn't work. For the case of one of the participants who mentioned the structure, our view as local governments would be the arrows will fit in, will connect with local governments. So that as we do activities of NEMA, the local governments are also identified as partners or some other who would say people actually in charge. Now, and as if you have a draft, something regulation, something like that.
Yes.
So that you brought it to us, and we look at it, we debate, we humanize like, and we take some of our views. So that's okay, or but the point would be sincere that the NEMA, as NEMA you are, and the Ministry of Water and Environment and local governments, we are as if we are not very well connected. In this regard, for example, NEMA, much as the regulation was now put us there, but practically we are not with the NEMA in local governments. Because we don't have a link, somebody to say is a focal person in NEMA. So that our natural resources officers and the UNEMA, as you do activities, would be very important that the NEMA focal person at one point or another is directly connected with the arrows and the structure here. And two, now that we are also, because we are part of government, NEMA and Ministry of Water, it would equally be very important that like in such a meeting, we have representatives from the Ministry of Water and Environment, so that they know what the NEMA is trying to do with local governments. So that we harmonize. That would be my proposal, but otherwise, it is okay. We have not actually reached even down. We shall put in our observations, and the Secretariat will be in position to note some of the views gotten from Selwilizi and the Kisoro. So that at another point of cell meeting, you include in or even inform the policymakers at that level that during our consultative meeting with a number of stakeholders, some other areas were looked at, and we said you can go by this. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity and guidance. As you see on our program, we had this item as a capacity building item, but after this, we are now going to go specific to section 27 of the National Environment Act that speaks to district environment and natural resource committees. We have a 12-page document where we shall read one by one section, regulation, and then we tell you, because it's a zero draft. Actually, at this stage, ordinarily, it's still being handled on by legal. But when we were presented with an opportunity to interface with the team here, we told them we have a zero draft of the regulations where it's the lawyers thinking we've not yet even engaged the technical officers, lead agencies, and so we want to share with you the mind of those who are drafting. And those views are actually very helpful because we now draft with information that we would have missed as lawyers because we don't do the documents, we don't work with the coordination directly. Yeah, so that after the break, after this presentation, we shall have a break and then we come with an actual document where we say for us, we are saying based on the law, these people should be included. We are thinking quorum for those meetings should be like this. We shall have that, but for now, this is just general information with me sharing what the law provides and the context for your information, really. And of course, feedback that is administrative is very important, because after here we have to refer the ED and the top management on this feedback. For example, the issue of not having a focal person or contact person, which to us at NEMA, we think DNROs and district environment officers are actually our focal persons. And in the NEMA structure, they even have access to some of the systems NEMA uses. For example, environment impact assessment systems. They can log in, they can give comments or reject a certain, they basically advise NEMA on certain aspects in the jurisdiction. But I think there may be some shortcomings in terms of how correspondences are written, which that is a concern we can share back at office, because sometimes administratively staff end up looping. You find they've established a relationship with the officer, they are talking on WhatsApp and getting things done. And going, if it was formal, it would be through the account. And that helps to make sure that the institution knows there is a relationship with them. So those are things we can iron out, and meetings like this present an opportunity for us to identify those. As I mentioned, the lead agency coordinator is here. Those are things for him to resolve with his team back at office, so that we have a smooth engagement. Yeah. So, yes, what's the point? Under the district local government, what is the role of the DNRO and the environment office in the context of decentralization? Okay. I think I'm a secondary person, but Carl, would you like to shed some light on that?
I'm not the one who has.
No.
Submitted this.
But someone
basically the person is asking this same question. It
don't like
was reading my mind as well.
Okay.
But basically the environment officers and the other laws, we are the ones to be specifically the given specifically know what should they be doing as far as the NEMA is concerned. In that decentralized system, what do they do and what do NEMA now do? Because apart from some of the staff had with some of you here, I've been there for now 1.5 years. NEMA as if I have not seen NEMA. Apart from some of the history of NEMA. So, now, that means in an event that the NEMA is not there all the time, these other people of ours are the ones there. And what role are they supporting in relation to you, NEMA, seated in Kampala? What do you give, the powers you give to these people so that they die? Or they know some of the roles NEMA should be doing? No, that I think that will be listened.
That's the question. Yes, so under Section 11 of the National Environment Act, as I mentioned, it provides for mandate of lead agencies. And a local government is a lead agency. So those mandates are 9 in the Act. Planning, regulating, management of the environment in their jurisdiction, strategic environment assessment in accordance with the Act, preparation of environment action plans, preparation of state of environment in accordance with the Act, environment inspection, and review environment assessments, environment audits, and then activities undertaken in the area, assessing the activities in their area if they are complying with the environment, with the law, implementation of decisions of the authority, and reporting on progress quarterly, and account to the authority for the execution of the law and implement and enforce provisions of the Act. So the DNRO and the District Environment Officer have this as their mandate in respect to NEMA. So it's up to the team on ground to see how they split this mandate. And I know all that is already addressed at district level. They know what is the portfolio for the environment officer and what is the portfolio for the natural resource officer. But they all relate to the function of the lead agency. So that's why I thought it would be better explained by the environment officers in the room or the natural resource officers in the room. Yeah, but in practice, I think same for NEMA not interfacing as regularly as we would, the district environment officer and the DNR will have clearly cut out mandate. Yeah. And the limited engagement from NEMA, not that I'm putting up a defense, has partly been a result of understaffing. Up until this year, NEMA had 119 staff. And in 2017, NEMA had 65 staff. In 2012, NEMA had 31 staff. The reason I'm sharing this is to show how understaffed NEMA is. Currently, we have been able to raise that number to 249. And that number includes, of course, the ED himself, it includes our admin and HR, the department I told you, this one, which may include people that are not necessarily going to be in the field. So we may not even have enough people per district if we chose to say, let each district be assigned someone. He's the lead agency coordinator, senior lead agency coordinator, but he will tell you, if he told you the number of people on his team, you would be shocked. They are barely 5, but they have to coordinate with all local governments, that is districts and urban authorities. They have to engage with agencies that are agencies that have a mandate, Petroleum Authority, Ministry of Energy, UWA, NFA, name it. They are 5. They can't even visit all the districts if they are given money to do it in a quarter. Even if money was there, the 5 people can't visit the 139 districts and 24 municipalities and 10 cities. So some of these limitations, I think we acknowledge them, and some of them we are aware are prevailing, but they are a result of human limitations. Yeah. So I think as colleagues on the ground, you have to carry the mandates where NEMA is not. If we have, for us to know that where you are, we don't need to be there. We just come to check on you and see whether there is anything we can help. If there is a voice we can add, if we can use our proximity to the Policy Committee on Environment to forward, to escalate some of the recommendations you have. Otherwise, NEMA can't be there, can't be in each district, can't be in touch with each district natural resource officer because of those limitations, human and financial. Yes, you have something to say, Mr. Ananda?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, in an ideal situation, the way these structures were designed, now when it comes to the local government, the idea was that the DNR office, in conjunction with the District Environment and Natural Resource Committee, we realize that committee has a technical, it also has a political will. The idea was that this committee is supposed to support the activities for the different mandates of the lead agencies, like he has stated, thereby enabling this entity to carry out the same responsibilities as would have been carried out on the national level, let's say by NEMA. So it would be an extension of NEMA, the grassroots, using the Act as the Bible and the Act's sister regulations to support and ensure that the environment is managed. Now, when you go into the nitty-gritty of licenses and certificates of approval, there are some things that have been left for the lead agencies, the local governments to actually do. Some licenses to those other new licenses. But then this one's run by the developments key. It is implied that the way we work together is that
Let's take home vote. This is a question block.
Let's take home good.
I need to take home to vote. Hey,
these developers per se of different projects to come to them and get a certificate of approval or having done an environmental impact assessment study, which must be reviewed, which comments should come from the district and in participation with the committee. Then with that feedback, then I'm supposed to be involved, how whether to grant these people leeway to go ahead and operate. But then the role of the different entities, the agencies, the local government is to now be the eyes and monitors for NEMA in the sense that where we are not, the lead agencies there, and they are taking part, they are taking charge of the natural resources in their jurisdiction. And this is why you find that we expect that at the district level, these natural resources have been, the inventory of them has been made. So you know how many wetlands you have, you know how many forest reserves you have, how many of these different entities that we have to conserve, and in what state they are. So the whole idea is that if you would be in position, or the district natural resources would be now on top of informing and saying, let's say if you have a challenge here, you can easily communicate it through the progress reports. If there is a dire issue in terms of degradation of certain entities, this can be represented in the district and city set of environment reports. And then how you plan to go about managing this should be now reflected in the environment action plans. But the idea is that with the help of the committee, given the fact that it has the political, it has the technical, they would want be able to solicit or look for funds and look for ways of supporting all these different activities. But that is an ideal situation. That was the thinking. But of course, when you go on ground, you find a disconnection between the technical and the political. Some of the members of parliament don't want to sit in the same room. So you find the committee is what? Dysfunction. If the fight is existing, it can't meet, it can't deliberate on certain issues. So with that, that was the idea, all the spirit behind creating a committee and having an office and being given the instrument of power as the Act and its sister regulation.
Thank you very much. Yes, so that's really how the structure is. And I thought for purposes of the meeting, I should also just click about 4 or 5 different parts of the act that we can look at, and then we take a few questions and have a break. So this, the next part is part 3 of part 3 of the act. This provides in the document you have, you can look at page 7 in the popular version. It provides for funds of NEMA, and also what you need to know now is the National Environment Fund. That fund is one of those that were in the act to be set up. It has not yet been well established, but NEMA is currently working on regulations to support its establishment, and we believe once that is done, then we shall have the monies that come from ecosystem services used to support the work that the likes of environmental officers, DNR, and other lead agencies are doing. But as of now, NEMA is not in position to support because even on our end, resources are limited. Yes, so I thought that's something we needed to share about the National Environment Fund, which is provided for in section 32, that the National Environment Fund existing immediately before the Act shall continue to exist subject to the Public Finance Management Act. The funds of the National Environment Fund shall consist disbursements from government, environmental levies. We all know that each car that comes into the country pays a certain tax as an environmental levy, but that money it's on page 8 of page 8 of the popular version of the documents. Yeah, environment planning. We have a whole department that is charged with that responsibility, and largely it comes with environment action plans and also state of environment report, and managing the manner in which the environment is utilized in the country. On page 8, at the top paragraph 32, environmental planning is the process by which people make fruitful decisions for human development while protecting and conserving the environment. It is a tool by which all sectors, agriculture, forestry, wildlife, etc., ensure that environment is well managed and adequate resources are allocated to the sector. And under this department, we have coordination, lead agency coordination, we have education and sensitization, we have different services that we support as NEMA. Then the other part that I thought we'd look at is part 5 on management of the green environment. It's covered on page 7 of the regulation of the popular version. And this is very important if you have to take a minute or two to read as you rest or as you travel back home tomorrow, today. This is the section that you need to acclimatize yourself with. Why is it important to manage the green environment, special conservation area, and the section where it's provided, management of lakes, rivers, and natural beaches, and management of wetlands on page 10. All these are done in a very summarized way that you can do passively. All you need is to suspend WhatsApp for a few minutes and you're able to acquaint yourself with some of this good information. Conservation of biological diversity, access to genetic resources, management of GMOs, management of forests, conservation of energy, all that. It's in part 5 of the Act. Yes, the other part I thought we should look at is 6 on sound management of chemicals and product control. That is an area that is becoming increasingly a big concern. And you can look at page 13 of those popular versions that we have and see some of the information that was shared, how hazardous chemicals and products are managed, and then plastics and plastic products. It's a very big problem that we are all dealing with. I skipped the one on pollution. Yeah, but especially for urban authorities, I know districts have urban authorities involved. Most importantly, noise pollution is one of those that NEMA is now using sleep over. It's something that as lead agencies, you need to look out for, especially in urban authorities, noise pollution, vibration, light pollution. There are developments that are now requiring a lot of lighting, and without doing ESIS, you find the way in which their lights are erected end up inconveniencing others. So all that pollution is also an area that we need to look at. In the popular version, it's handled on page 15. Yes. Then we have environment and social assessments. That one is very key. We are always involved in that. Then environmental easements on page 22. How do we enjoy certain rights of the environment on otherwise protected areas? What are environmental easements? An easement is a legal instrument that gives someone the right to use another person's land in some specified way. The purpose is to facilitate conservation and improve the environment. Environmental easement rights may be granted to last permanently or for a specific period. What is the purpose of these easements? How are they granted? The Act provides for those, and in the popular version, you can be able to read a few things that can help you explain to someone who would be interested, or if you're faced with a conflict or a complaint that relates to that, you look at how that is covered. Yes, then lastly but not least, we can look at environment compliance and enforcement provided for on page 23, and offenses and penalties as my last thing to touch. Many Ugandans, especially as lead agencies, you need to know during sensitization and engagements with the general public, offenses and penalties. People do not know that throwing a plastic bottle on the street violates Section 76 of the National Environment Act, and it has a penalty. Yeah, so talk to your enforcement teams and administrators at the district and law enforcement to let them know that it's actually a violation of the law. Are we together? That's one of the many offenses that we need to look out for. Things like not keeping records of waste. Every factory has to have how many liters of discharge do they release into the environment every day, and are they treated, and what has been done to make sure they are not. That's in section 176. I can read. It's a section I picked specific interest in that I think illegal waste management was you can look at. Yes, 176, record keeping. Any person who carries on activities listed in the schedule should keep records of amount of waste and byproducts, amount of emissions and discharges, utilization of environmental resources, residue impacts of their development, monitor their activities, audits, all this. Basically, in this, if you look at page 27, we do not have a lot, but page 27 up to 30, it provides for offenses and the penalties for those offenses. They are already in the law. Bribing an officer, obstructing an officer, impersonating an officer, offenses related to environmental and social impact assessment, failure to establish EIS system, seizure, removal, unlawful dealing with hazardous chemicals, illegal management of waste, pollution, failure to comply with orders or notices, notices from the district environmental officer or DNRO. If you tell them, you say within this number of days, you should have removed that garbage that is piling at the bucket and you don't. Things like that. Failure to keep records, alerting offenders, conspiracy to commit offenses, littering. All these are offenses that we need at least read through those provisions. That's not all, that's just a summary of what is out there. The ones who supported the development of these books also made translations in Uganda, Iteso, Acholi, and Runyoro from Netstara. So we have copies, those other many copies are Netstara, which may not be far removed from the language we speak. So if you want to read the interpretation of littering in your language, or if you have to engage the community, those who are interested, we have a few copies that we can share. But you have both the English version and the vernacular version, if Runyoro is close to the language. Yes. So with that, I thought at least by sharing that you can, it is my last thing. By sharing that, we can better understand that the National Environment Act has so many provisions that are governing the work we are doing, and as lead agencies, we need to know that we have the authority to do what we are doing. We are not creating it on the go. Yeah. So with that, thank you very much. If there are any questions or clarifications or additions, as I mentioned, I'm facilitating. We all have a wealth of knowledge on these things. Please feel free to add what you can, meant to ask and respond. You can do 5 minutes, so that at 20 to midday, you can have a break for a few minutes before we reconvene. Questions, comments, additions? You have something, Mr. Luka? Yes.
Yeah, it's to appreciate. Thank you for the presentation. At least it is a refresher. When somebody in law keeps telling us, we get to learn more of what we didn't understand. Even to thank you for the popular version. I've never seen it. I think this one is easy to work with. Then maybe the recommendations. I recommend that our partners here take it up as one of their next steps to have a popular version in our local language here, the partners they are working with, so that you have it translated, then we can easily disseminate now to the communities. It will be easier for us now to enforce this. Thank you.
That is noted. If there is no other comment, I'm going to hand back to Christy, but I also think we could use a 20 minutes break. As well. Yes, we can take a group photo and then have a tea break, and we come back now to go to the District Natural Resource Committee regulations that we are developing. Thank you. Yeah.
We shall proceed. We'll invite James to take us through the presentation of the draft regulations. James, you're welcome.
Section. We are now going to the gist of our consultation. As the cow mentioned earlier in the morning, this is not a presentation, it's sharing with you a zero draft that the legal team at NEMA is putting together. We thought, given the opportunity presented by our partners from MU, we should pick these views. So we shall be going regulation by regulation. When we look at a regulation, I share what we are proposing in that regard, and then you will give your comments. Section 27, which is what we are planning to operationalize. So, to explain to the members in the room, there is something called the hierarchy of laws. You start with a law that is general and has a lot of detail, to a law that is specific, that has more precision to what you want to address. So, in line with my presentation in the morning, you saw how we started with the Act, with the Constitution, and then went to the Act. But in that hierarchy, we also have international law, where some of the instruments we've signed towards Uganda relate to certain aspects in our Constitution. So after the Constitution, and we looked at National Directive 27, we looked at Section 13, Article 39, we looked at Article 244, 245. Then, from those articles, we came with the National Environment Act, which is a law of Parliament. But now, in the Act of Parliament, there are provisions that the minister shall make regulations for the operationalization of what Parliament has made. Because Parliament is high level, it's national, it has more technical information, there is nitty-gritty that it may not be able to extensively debate or make law that is governing that detail. So that's why in Section 27 of this Act, I read, the District Natural Resource Committees, 27(1), every district shall establish a district environment and natural resource committee, which shall comprise A, the chairperson, the district chairperson, members of parliament from the district, the resident district commissioner, the secretary for environment, the district natural resource officer, who shall be the secretary, the chief administrative officer, the district engineer, the town clerk, the mayor, town clerk, and secretary responsible for the environment and urban authority, the district planner, the physical planning officer, and the community development officer. The members of the committee shall elect from amongst themselves a chairperson and a vice chairperson of the committee. The minister shall by statutory instrument prescribe the procedures of the District Environment and Natural Resource Committee. So what we are doing right now is 27.3. Much as Parliament said there shall be a committee and some of the people who will be on that committee, it says the minister shall by statutory instrument, which means either regulations or rules, make such an instrument which prescribes the procedure of this committee. Yes, so these regulations are being made under section 27.3 of the National Environment Act. We are trying now to work to support the minister, because in the end, it's the minister who will sign them. For us, remember, we just draft. After we drafted, we take to first Parliamentary Council, they review and make sure it's a good law that doesn't contravene any other law, that's not violating any commitments we've made now that it's environment, especially in the multilateral environment agreements and so on. And then they send it back. We forward it to the Ministry of Water and Environment, and then the ministry sends it to the minister to sign and give it a date. So the proposed name, it doesn't get an instrument name until the minister has signed. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is a zero draft. We are forming it to become a first draft after we've submitted it to first Parliamentary Council. And the views you're sharing here, all the perspectives will help to enrich the document. We have a rapporteur who has also been very keen coming up with this zero draft, who's taking notes on the conversation we have. So for me, my plan is we are going to go through it. If it was a first draft, we would have even had copies for you, but at this level, it's not prudent. People are not allowed to have it. It's still in the kitchen, for lack of a better word. But what the opportunity this presents is by the time the draft is produced, your views are already integrated. And this is a state that is always less political, and you know that it's based on reason and not politics. Yeah, and it's always a good window to make those provisions. Otherwise, after a draft has advanced to a first or second draft, there are political interests where you find even changing a comma becomes a very complicated conversation. And someone is asking, there was a comma here in the first draft, where has it gone? Yeah, so I request that we use this opportunity to freely share our views so that we can capture them and enrich this. The regulation is called the National Environment, in brackets, District Environment and Natural Resource Committee regulations. We ambitiously thought we would be able to have it out, at least submitted to first Parliamentary Council by before the end of the year. But the year is upon us, so most likely we are trying to see if we can have everything done in the next quarter, so that before the end of the financial year, at least we have these regulations in place, because districts are now faulting NEMA without preempting what you're going to raise. We are the reason the committees are not functional, because we've not done our part, apparently. Yeah, so we're trying to make sure that this should end with this financial year. By next financial year, it should be Mr. Luka traversing the country to support the formation of these committees, and we hit the ground running. Yes, so tentatively we have 5 parts providing for the interpretation, the general preliminaries, establishment of the committee, the structure, and then meetings, and finally miscellaneous provisions. And this under miscellaneous provisions, if as we go through, there is something you know is important for these committees that we are not capturing, you bring it up. We have an open check to add any miscellaneous provision at this stage that you propose we should include. Yeah, you can just move to page 3, that's where the specifics are. So I'm going to be reading regulation by regulation, and then we share our comments or views on that. Because we don't have hard copies, we shall move slowly. We can read, we have, not that we have all the time in the world, but I have Christine's word that this is priority. So let's go through it, and then after we can have the panel. My apologies to the people online. Yes, we have been making steady progress, just like we forgot you. We are now back on. Yeah, so to start with, that is the citation of the regulation. And in the preamble, we are saying in exercise of the power conferred to the minister responsible for environment, under section 27 of the National Environment Act, which has since changed, regulations are made. This state that will be filled in as we go along. But in citation, it will be cited as the District Environment and Natural Resource Committee regulations. This is already stated in the Act. So that's the language we are preferring for the naming of the regulation. The use of 2024 is subjective. We will change accordingly as we go along. Application, regulation 2. The regulation shall apply to the procedure and operations of the District Environment and Natural Resource Committees. So under this, I know you know what areas in respect to neighbors work in the districts that may require to be covered under these regulations. So in terms of application, this ring fences, it creates parameters in which that regulation will be applied. So are there any aspects other than the procedure of how the committee will be working? Anything you think we need to make sure that these district natural resource committees can apply to? It's a round table. We keep talking as we go so that when we move, we don't come back.
In our prior engagements, the concern has been pointed out that every time we say district, we leave out cities and municipalities. Maybe we could highlight the bearing of just having it as district and the implication it would have on the cities and districts. What?
Yeah, we came across that, and I'll show you in 4, where we try to interpret district for purposes of the regulation. Yeah, because
maybe capital city Kampala KCC, but the cities is taken as if they are equivalent to districts. But in the KCC, that is the matter that should be brought in for purposes of this regulation.
yeah, it's about jumping the gun, if you can scroll to 4, regulation 4, we have district. Go down, down, down. There. We say district means a district as established under the Constitution and shall also mean a city as by law established. So we were trying to capture that to make sure that for purposes of this regulation, where you see district, it also means city. So when it's specific to cities, you'll have city, natural resource and environment committees.
Maybe also to add when Kao's concern, a while back, Kampala Capital Authority was trying to elect the chairperson, and they reached a point of impasse where they were asking now who should be the chair, considering, I think, the structure of the city and the recent improvements. Perhaps maybe in there, as we proceed, those issues will be addressed.
Those issues are addressed in the Act. Because of the hierarchy of laws, as I mentioned, if something is already in the Act, Parliament has already closed that debate. So as technical officers preparing regulations, you can't change it. And in the 27(2), it says, members of the committee shall elect from amongst themselves a chairperson and a vice chairperson of the committee. It means Parliament already closed that debate. It's not by virtue of your office that you become the chair of the committee. You become a chair because the members at their first meeting have, so it may be a junior officer in rank, but the members have chosen it should be, and it may also relate maybe to the demands of the role. You may give it to the most senior because of rank, but they need him to be available every 3 weeks or 2 weeks, which time he cannot get. So I think that may be the discretion they give to the committee members at their first meeting, and that's what will be happening now. Once these regulations are passed, I pray we are able to find resources for the lead agency coordination to traverse the country and support the establishment of these, because they take oath. It's a legal process. Yeah, but upon taking oath in their first sitting, they identify the chairperson, and then from that point on, the chairperson runs the show. Yeah. So back to the question on application, we are limiting it to the procedure and operations of the committee. Think about it. There's something that comes across as we go along.
We take a note of this.
Yes. Yes, we have a rapporteur. Yes. Everything is being noted. We are going to, in fact, I think for accountability purposes, we will eventually share some of the, at least a memorandum of comments that we've gotten from here. So that if there is anything that we capture wrongly and we wish to, through Emily, we shall share that memorandum of comments on each of the regulations. Yeah. If there is no other comment on regulation 2, we can go to 3. The purpose of the regulation. The purpose of these regulations is to prescribe the procedure of district and natural resource committees in accordance with Section 27 of the Act. That is also stated in Section 27(3), where they are saying the minister shall do that. So that's why we are coming up with them. Then The regulation 4, we have interpretation. Because it's a small regulation, a lot of the interpretation section is limited, and also we are cross-referencing the National Environment Act, so all the interpretations used in the Act will be applicable here. But more specifically, the Act means the National Environment Act, Cap 181. Authority means the National Environment Management Authority. Committee means committee established by Section 27 of the Act. And then district means a district as established by the 1995 Constitution of Uganda, and shall also mean a city as by law established. Member means member of the District Environment and Natural Resource Committee established under these regulations. A minister means minister responsible for the environment. Yeah. So, if as we go along, we come across a word that we need to interpret or anything that may be misleading, we shall agree and on a definition and come and include it in regulation 4. Are we together? Yes, we can go to part 2, establishment of the committee. Because the committee is already established in the Act, we cannot say much. It's not the regulation itself that is setting it up, so our focus is on what is in the Act. That's why this part is in. Six, composition of the, yes.
Now, just say, I just want you to clear the wording.
There shall
Under 5.
there shall be established district. I'm projecting from my laptop, so the changes are
As you said,
Is that what is that type C, the cable for the project? Give it to me.
some people
No, you can keep projecting for those online, and then I project for those here.
okay.
What a simple question. I wanted to draw you back to the definition or interpretation of what a district is. I don't know, I may not recall what the Constitution, how it defines a district. But in your presentation, it's like as if a district is defined as per the Constitution. But in your presentation, you did also include that a district shall as well include a city. So my worry is, if the Constitution does not provide for a city being part of a district, don't you think that provision will be in the Constitution at some point?
The interpretation section of an act or regulation only gives meaning in relation to that regulation. So by saying a city shall be a district, we are not saying in the context of the Constitution, a city will also be a district. We mean when you're reading this, where you find the word district, you know that we're also it's synonymous with city. But we are not amending what is in the constitution, because in the constitution they list, I think it's a schedule where Kampala and the districts of Uganda, then they divide them and then they list all the districts are listed name by name in the constitution. Yeah. So for this one, we are saying, as you're reading the regulation, if you find the word district, know that that also relates to city.
But we have had a number of issues when we were in our meetings. Cities are, of course, taken to be like equivalent to districts. That's okay. But with the cases here, we have had issues with the cases because it is established under a different act. So it should do that one should be clear.
Yes. Cities are by law established and Kampala Capital City Authority. Yeah. Even the constitution treats it differently. It says, yeah.
Also have yes, a concern on where you describe the district. You said also refers to the city. But then when we go back to the act on the composition of the district environment and natural resources committee, you realize that like the city engineer, whom I think should be on board, is not mentioned at the same, and also the city clerk. They mentioned about the town clerk, but the city clerk is now mentioned. And you say the district also refers to the city.
Resolution 5 that was changed. There shall be established in each district a district environment and natural resource committee. Six, a list of composition, have city clerk. About the composition, my question as we were looking at it was the district environment officer is not on. Is the district environment officer under the natural resource office? Unfortunately, since it comes from the act, that is not be changed, but you can scroll to 6. Yes, so this still we are picking from the act, the district chairperson, members of parliament from the district, some members and our staff who are in agency coordination raised the concern that some districts were saying MPs are hard to mobilize and they have logistical requirements that cannot be met by the DNR office.
Ours is to have the act or the regulation. The rest is not ours in this particular case. Leave it there, whether on those logistical issues, that's another part, not this part. So may I propose we leave in the members of parliament.
Because it's saying the members of parliament from the district. It means all members of parliament from the district.
Concern, when you raise about the logistical issues. I think that we are making these regulations to be operational, to operationalize them, to use them in our daily work. Other than having something hard that will not work. Is it okay? Yes, because now the reason why it has not been functional are because of the composition. And if we maintain the composition, be rest assured that the implementation will not be done. We shall remain with the same challenges.
No, we have not reached at the quorum. Quorum matters in this particular case. So if the quorum says 2/3, whether members of parliament have not come, it's okay. The quorum is realized and we move on. Don't give out to the members of parliament. It will cause us more other problems.
So,
Leave them there.
Also, I wanted to ask, we have come to observe that in some districts, there are no DNROs, we just have maybe a senior environmental officer.
No, that is not right. All districts have DNROs. Whether substantive or not, but they are there, the office is there.
Thanks so much. Since our members have raised the issue of cities, cities nowadays we have city city commissioners, but then I see they are not catered for. RCC.
Yes.
They call them RCCs, but not.
By the title does not matter. Huh? It is not personal to hold them. It's just office. It's like a town clerk and a cow. Huh? Because you have seen even RCCs transferred to become RDCs. So the title is the same, but maybe the jurisdiction. So it shouldn't be like RDC, RCC. It means more or less the same.
That means when it's a city,
it is another city.
yes, this C will mean RCC. If it's a district, it's RDC by implication.
Another thing is on the issue of state, state clerks. I don't know if
City clerks are equivalent to counts. They are equivalent to chief administrative officers. There is no special like that. There is a special grade. No, the other one is so city clerk heads a city, and the cow heads a district. So by that implication, you can say to manage to treat it the language, but it means more or less the same. We are the same cadres.
Can we have, is it okay to have a provision to talk about that discrepancy?
Can add, we can make this one, and then we put below 2, and indicate for purposes of regulation 6.1, then we can explain when it comes to city, it shall be the equivalent office holder, as he has said. We need to add 6.1. So this one will no longer becomes 6.1. Then we shall have 6.2, which shall explain the composition relative to cities. No, town councils don't have.
Municipalities are under
districts.
Yes.
And then cities have town clerks who are for divisions.
Yes. These are the same as the district.
So it means the city clerk will be equivalent to F.
Yes.
And then the town clerks, but that means there are more, the city will have all the town clerks. Then the district, how do you handle the town clerk representation?
The division is not a higher local government. It's a local government in the city. As it is a town council in the district.
So for the district, who will be the town clerk sitting on this committee?
The town clerk of the town council.
But there are more than one
town
clerk
of a municipality.
But districts have 2 or 3.
So even more than 10.
Meaning all the town clerks will be on.
It can be clarified there.
Yeah, that is something we need to, because I know I come from Kasese, I have a municipality and about 3 or 4 town councils, so we have many town clerks.
Maybe we can have urban representation.
Kasese has
More than 10.
town clerks. Yes. But now we are saying on the committee there will be the town clerk.
You can say town clerks.
Maybe. Yeah, because you can't have a committee that has everyone. We would need to explain the age. We can put under composition, we can put 6.3 that will explain town clerk. And maybe you can give us a wording to use a representative of town clerk. What would be ideal for us to fill the slot without opening it up? A district like Kabarole, I think, has 20 town councils, even Cambridge is a town council. Exactly. So that means they have many town clerks. Yeah.
We can say.
We can say a representative from the urban council. Okay. Like for the sake of assess district, that would be the town clerk of the yes. Yes, because the municipality is the biggest local government.
So we need to be real prescriptive, otherwise you can reach down there and people start fighting for their position.
I don't know whether we can also have instead, if we cannot adopt that, whether we can have where we a co-open issues in it, so that if there is a subject matter discussed in the local government X, we can co-opt a town. I don't know how you see that.
We can put that as resolution 6.4. Yeah, 6.2 is in respect to cities, 6.3 town clerks, 6.4 co-optation. Because we are still on composition.
We need to be very descriptive to some point like KCCA now, with a number of divisions. Kawempe, Rubaga, those, how do you now treat them when we say KCC? Some legal matter should come in that, so that you get a pass. Because at another point we shall have the lacuna there, if not clear explained out. So,
Yeah, I think that's, so composition is not just as plain as it was looking for us. We thought we just throw titles and move. Yeah.
My suggestion was that we can have co-opting of certain members, especially if the committee is going to discuss issues of a certain lower council, like in the town council, since we cannot have all the town clerks, and then we say in that instance we can co-opt a person from the local council to come during that when they are deliberating issues of that area.
But it's captured.
Yeah, still on the composition, we want to promote this synergy between the non-state and the government. But under the composition, I don't see the civil society catered for. And you can reflect on that. Yeah.
Because the composition is prescribed in the Act, here we only explain the detail of what is in the Act. We can't introduce a stakeholder who Parliament did not include, but we can explain the detail of what Parliament was saying broadly. So it's, yeah, it would have been negotiated at the point of the Act being discussed. Yeah, so include maybe if computation can be a window.
That is what I wanted to say. No, that is what I wanted to say, that on the other section of opting, and if we see that we really need or is for opting.
Actually, like it is in the NGO legislation 2017, it has that issue of computation and the indicators for CSOs and other things, especially when they need you most.
You cannot have special reference the NGO district, the NGO or the
Regulation 2017.
Okay.
I wanted to compliment my colleague here who talked about having these urban authorities having representative. When you go to let me give you a scenario of some of these local government councils we have and committees. Under the Local Governments Act, we have a provision for the establishment of service commissions, which has a number of people. But one of them provides that there shall be a representative of women, rather a representative of town councils or urban authorities. And in that way, we provide that for the town councils or urban authorities to get their representative, they shall sit amongst themselves and select or elect one of them to be part of the committee or the service commission. So in this way, have you also put a provision whereby in the event that you have so many urban authorities, we could have a provision providing for the election of or the selection of one of the representatives of the urban authorities from amongst those other town clerks by sitting and then electing one of them to be their representative.
Is there a dispute structure of town clerks? A space where town clerks may convene?
If, because that wouldn't be attained, it's not be attainable in this particular cause. We are trying this one for purposes of representation on particular issues. When you say a town clerk of Google, you know, to call the town council of that sector. Now is chosen to be the one to always represent these other town councils. So my other colleague had mentioned, they can co-opt the one there so that he comes to the committee and explain more about what is transpiring in that side. The something to co-opt will be much more okay than the group of those town clerks getting one of them and implements them on this committee.
Thank you so much. I'm seeking for clarity from how in most districts, I see this position A is being held between Chairperson LC5 and the RTC. According to your understanding, who comes first? Is it the resident official or the district chairperson? Thank you.
I have this precedence of something, precedence of hierarchy. I'm not confident with it, who comes first. But it is a matter that you can see through that precedence of hierarchy. What is it called? Is it that where from president, order of president, something like that? I don't know who comes first in this particular case. But the order here would not matter any. Shouldn't be, because
everyone is seated as of right.
Yes.
Once you get there as members, you
otherwise you would see a cow maybe following the. But what I call is the member of parliament is on order of precedence is number 17. Remember that one.
taken by section 27(2) that a member shall be elected to chair and to be vice chair from the members. It means there is no rank. It's the officers being represented, so they are not coming with the rank. Once you reach there, you are there as colleagues who have a stake in the environment.
Yeah, that's that the same. Maybe to answer what Frau had asked, according to the order of presidency in Uganda, chairperson specified is number 29, and resident district commissioner is number 30.
And member of parliament, number 17.
One that the government, the head of the civil service, president, commissioner is 33, receive 5 visit.
Yes.
Yes.
Precedence, it was recently published. No, that's the but that should be left to the gurus. We need not to waste our time.
President, I should proceed.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm on the part I, member. Yeah, I see 2 people in that I, 2 representatives already. They are 3. The mayor, town clerk, and secretary of environment. So does that mean that those are 3 representatives or 1? Or 1, taking the I part?
And the difference between this other I, the town clerk and I, and the town clerk at H.
This one seems to be making provision for representation from urban authorities. Because the mayor, town clerk, and secretary responsible for environment, it's referring to sub-county or municipality.
This should be either a municipality or a town council. That's why there is a mayor and the town clerk. And that's a very good observation. You need to look at it critically and know what is meant there. Because H will have the town clerk. I will have the town clerk.
This part of Kampala, this is not the other part of the district. So far as the mayor, town clerk, that car.
Even here, say in Mbarara City, Acheres is called the mayor, but it's a mayor here.
And the divisions also have mayors.
Because also have mayors.
So this is where we would, much as for us we shall discuss the law and the language, we need guidance on how to, what would be ideal. Because consultation will continue, but in these two means just like we're proposing that for town clerk, we have a representative. Because here, you know, town councils have mayors, meaning you look for mayors for all town councils and the municipality in that district, which would not be tenable. You have for a district to be amended, it means the committee expands. So we can make a general provision that we are proposing under 6.3, referring to town clerk, mayor, and secretary responsible for environment for urban authorities. For each of those three positions, there will be one of them that sits on the committee.
Actually,
So that it's one mayor of an urban authority, one town clerk of an urban authority, and one secretary responsible for environment.
actually, districts with municipalities, take assess. Huh? The mayor and the town clerk of Kasese municipal council. Will be catered for. In an event that we are looking for a district committee. Unlike a district without a municipality. Because at that very area now, the municipalities are also so far.
Yeah.
So you need to cater for them. In this regard, I would see the I was trying to cater for those
Higher local government.
the municipality and the town, the municipality. And for H, was trying to cater for towns in the town council of rural districts without municipality. So it should be clear, it should be clear there. Be very clear there, so that I take charge of the municipality, districts with municipalities.
Yes. So we can capture it maybe under 6.4.5 that sub-regulation 6.1I relates to districts with municipalities. So that we close the debate and know that if a district doesn't have a municipality, this conversation is not there. And then if they have a municipality, they know automatically that will be operationalized. Yeah. You get? Yeah, we can put this as maybe 6.5.
So the I means those are three people now.
Yes. It means those which have a municipality will have 50 more representatives than other people have. And when it comes to a city where a division is equal to a municipality, does it mean each division will send their three?
That's what, unless it is clearly spelled out, for cases of, let's say, cases.
Even the 10 new cities have two divisions each. And since we've said the mayor of the municipality will sit on, it means that division mayors, Limbali, for Poto, will also, that can also be another sub-regulation. The other one is fine. We shall do the referendum of first track. But under 6, we are having a few more sub-regulations to capture that information. For regulation 6(1)(I), we shall have the one relating to districts that have municipalities, and another one relating to cities and city divisions. Yeah.
I just wanted to know whether we suggest on reducing or replacing that opposition.
Reducing, we can't reduce.
We can't reduce, we can't add, we can't replace.
We can explain. Regulations are explaining, they are not changing. You want to introduce something, maybe you can make that proposal.
No, there is why you say that the environment officer is not there.
Yes.
And it kept in my mind, does he want to add that person, that position in, but then we are not supposed to. So
Yes.
that, you're the one who made that statement, and
Yes.
it kept confusing me.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know that clarity, meaning that we shall not add that
Yes.
position there.
It's until the act is being amended,
The people opted.
yeah, they can be. Yeah.
Maybe on the now kind on Elo, like it is with district engineer, of course, our community government officers different level. Can we make it district community government officer to be clear?
Yes, that one we can. Because community development officer, there are many.
There are very many.
But there's only one district. Yeah.
Now that we are talking about the district,
Yes.
that implies the district.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, up there, we are looking at the district, natural resources and environment. So that is the district.
We can
Maybe, but
home art, it's okay. There are provisions where when we were drafting and define such contention and we think we need to clarify, you will see language like for avoidance of doubt, district community development officer under 6(1)(I) refers to district.
Something like that.
Yeah. So that we don't change the language here, we just explain the one being referred to.
You know, sometimes I keep reflecting on the law. The law even doesn't provide for the general, but when it comes to the committee, they talk about the general. So those are some issues. So even under the general, I imagine there should be a clear statement on that. Because if you go to the law, the National Environment Act provides for an office of the environment officer. And it does not provide for the office of the general. I think I'm clear there. So meaning, even at that level, it has to be explained, because you can see this for in charge of planning. Like she had pointed out, the fiscal planner is under the general. The environment officer under the general. The SMO, the senior lands management officer under the general. Now, the fiscal planning is being brought again. So, I imagine, like we have said, when it comes to explanations, that office of the general
there's a district environment officer. There should be some statement that qualifies all in the event that you're talking about land issues. Then the land officer, land management officer has to be involved. Because there are some things which the general himself would do, and even it's not in the law. So there, I think it should be explained better.
We are not very specific to say this committee is on land matters. It's a committee of natural resources and environment. Here and there, those other issues will come in. Does not necessarily mean the senior land officer should be there. Now that the head of natural resources is there, he will gather information, get some information from lands or even physical planning and the rest of it. Yes. So we are trying, as one said, we are trying not to enlarge the composition, but we are trying to remain within the framework of the law. We are not creating, there is not big deal here. What is meant is to make sure we have this committee in place. And those will be sometimes our internal arrangement. A cow can say, now, my natural resources officer, you are not doing well here. My environment officer can go there. Sometimes cows are not there. Deputies will be the ones there. Even the district engineers can get one of the engineers and we handle. So we need to know to flex.
I think that it's a way somehow, but at that level, all members have equal powers until one is a so cow cannot determine whether environment is whether natural sources is doing well, bad or not. I think there must be a statement.
No, I am going to differ. Much as they are represented on this committee, they are administrative responsibilities of their offices which remain with the club. So they are sitting on this committee. They only become equal when the chairperson of the committee calls the meeting to order. They debate and share as equal. But as soon as he adjourns the meeting, ranks are again established. So before the meeting starts, in terms of delegating and administratively, the cow guiding on how effective we can make sure that we benefit from the community, all that remains. Yeah, because they are all staff available for deployment by the accounting officer, by the head of the district. Yeah, so it's only when the meeting is called to order that the cow may not overrule this officer, because now the officer is speaking in their own capacity with a statutory mandate. Yeah, but after the meeting, you go back to your place in the hierarchy. Yes. And I think there is a lot of clarity we are getting here, and that's why regulations are important. Because, for example, districts that were in a rush to form these committees, you realize how only questions of composition can make you fail even to establish it. Or you put it in place and someone challenges it because how do you pick the cow? How do you pick the mayor? How do you pick the clerk? So once we put in place the regulations, we can reduce the debate. We can't address everything, but at least make sure that there is a clarity on who's doing what, where. Yeah. And so we can move to the next item, next regulation. Yeah, but we'll take a note on the district natural resource officer concern. Yeah, but Election of the chairperson. Proposing that the members of the committee shall elect from amongst them a chairperson and a vice chairperson. The election shall be held at the first meeting of the committee as soon as practicable thereafter, or as soon as practicable thereafter. Just in case at the first meeting, they are not able to elect the chairperson. The chairperson and vice chairperson shall be elected by a simple majority vote of the committee members present and voting. This one in committees, not everyone present can vote. Yeah, so it's only just in case there are some who have opted, but all those who have the mandate to vote shall vote. It can be by consensus, but making it simple majority reduces the complexity of saying the MPs were not there. Yeah, so simple majority means as long as you have quorum, you can vote. Yeah. And then the vice chairperson shall assume the duties of the chairperson in their absence or inability to act. Yeah. Comments on that? Maybe
I wanted to refer to number 4, in relation to the verb. If you are talking about the vice chairperson is one person, and the chairperson is one person, but when you reach somewhere there, you say in their absence.
In the chairperson's absence,
you say maybe in his or her absence.
Okay, yes, I get the use of there. It's not clear whether it's referring to the chairperson or the vice.
I wanted to know the term of office for this. Is it at every sitting that we shall be electing the chair and vice, or it has some specific term to serve, then another person is elected? I don't know.
We have that under 8, where we put tenure of office. Yeah. Under 8, we limit the term of office of the chairperson. Yes. If there is no comment on 7, the election, and move to 8. 8, we're saying the chairperson and vice chairperson shall hold office for a term of 3 years, and he or she may be eligible for reappointment or re-election for 1 further term. A member of the committee appointed by virtue of his or her office shall serve as a member of the committee when he or she holds office. So the membership to the committee is to your office, not to you as an individual. Yeah, so it has no tenure. If you're in that office for 10 years, you will remain on the committee for 10 years.
I have an expectation part 7, which I didn't see. When it was termed appointment, in my expectation, I didn't zero down to only chairperson and vice chairperson. Yes, there are other members that made appointments. Other than this.
It's a very good observation. You can have one appointment of the committee members, where they are given the formal appointments to the committee and taking of oath, and then we'll have election of the chairperson. So 7 should have 7-1 and 7-2.
Yes. But we're just appointing, yes, appointing everyone as part of the committee.
Yes.
Then the election.
7-1 is appointing of committee members, and 7-2 is. Are we together on that? Yeah, she was.
Difficult when appointing and designation, because they already appointed from. I imagine, and who formally communicates to these people as members of the committee? Who formally? Like, because we got stuck, it is there in the act that these are the people who should be members of the committee.
What has been happening previously, what is new arrangement, it's never working with the ministry that supports the establishment of this committee. So the process shall include never working with the ministry, communicating, because it will be conflict of interest to be done at district level. Because those who are supposed to, who would otherwise appointed are members. Yeah. So as an agency mandated with coordinating and supervising environmental matters, never handles that in collaboration with the ministry.
So meaning that that point should be put somewhere. Should be well explained somewhere that the authority shall appoint under the appointment.
Yes. And put it as 373.
Otherwise, we saw some members appointing them out.
Actually, you would say member in collaboration. No. Don't give NEMA too much powers to come and overpower the district. We are a local government, a decentralized government. So NEMA in collaboration with the leadership of the district shall coordinate for the election of the office there. Yeah.
I thought, like if you want, like the chairman, if you want a submission to the council, but you want someone who will sign their letters, who is going to sign? One person signs, not two.
Once the law says never in collaboration, it doesn't mean they are both signing. It means they will consult. It means they will work with, but the mandate shall be with the primary holder who is never, who will not do it without showing engagement with the local authority. Because once we use that language, never, in collaboration and consultation with the district leadership shall, it means never is the one mandated with signing and doing whatever it's doing, but it will not just sit at Ginger Road and send things to all the 130 districts. It will have to show either correspondence or minutes to show that whatever is being done was done after consultation.
Is it possible, can they never delegate that power to either the district to do that?
Actually, NEMA will not even sign the appointments of the district. That's will not be their mandate. They would have overstepped their mandate and they cannot even These are not the people who are going even to pay these people. I mean, unless if there is a fund specifically provided for this, which is not there. So let's remain with our powers as districts. Don't over-rely on NEMA. NEMA, they're also around for other reasons. We are still in charge.
So for me, I think to settle this debate, NEMA is supposed to come and facilitate. And then after we said these are the people, the ones that we are appointing or we want to do the needful at the district level. Yes, yes. Just like, because this is not the first committee at the district. Yeah, there are committees at the district where, in fact, a report from the agency was saying there is a district in the east, in the east of Tambala, maybe in the central, southern, where they have merged this, the mandate of this committee with that of either works or something that always has budgets for some reason. Yeah, where all these people sit, but they sit for another reason.
Yeah, I just wanted to get plan from our fellow towns, what they've been doing for the other committees. So that, yes, like the roads committee, so that we borrow a little, right, our discussion here.
The roads committee is established under its own act. Road Fund Act. So for that matter, so it is there by that act. And this one is also coming from this other act and regulation. So it will be treated differently according to the regulation and of course. So the appointment, actually like now, we don't have the appointments. Because of the roads committee, I am there, engineer is there, the MPs are there, they are appointed by the road. So this is the road that we have appointed them. It's not a CV, it's not, it does not attract a salary. So let's not dwell on those other simple issues that can be managed by the district leadership.
So I think we shall not use the word appoint. We shall facilitate the formation. We can find
maybe the election of
facilitate the formation of the committee and the election of the chairperson. Because NEMA is supposed to exist as soon as the committee is up and they do their thing. NEMA on the next report or updates on what it has. Yeah, so we may need we shall borrow from other acts and regulations that have yes, Mr. Abdullah. Since your date is the one that it on.
I was just going to submit that if we are going to use the phrase as we are saying, we instead of starting with NEMA, we start with the district leadership collaboration with NEMA. Why? Because when in the act we are talking about different aspects of lead agency and what, just to emphasize that the lead agency should do its mandate, they will always start with lead agency in consultation. Then when you go to the other acts, they tell them that in the collaboration with that lead agency, in collaboration with NEMA or with the authority, you know, they could give them the precedence because this is their venue.
Yes. That's also clear. We can emphasize the lead agency being the one and leading the process. NEMA supports. Such. He shared earlier the example of Kampala City, but he didn't emphasize the fact that the mayor came in and disbanded the meeting. Were you at the I got that feedback. Yes, there was an attempt by NEMA and the district, the city officials It was a weekday actually, but the city has projects that require existence of the committee. There is a World Bank project, Greater Kampala, GK Metropolitan Project, that requires a committee to be in place. So they came to NEMA to support the establishment, they will support, and the mayor came in the afternoon and told them when they had to go along to the meeting, and he told them they should disband the meeting because the regulations are not yet in place, they don't even have powers to do what they are doing. So that's how much powers the lead agency, in this case the city, who would be the district, has. So NEMA can't just show up and start calling shots and pointing fingers. It's a jurisdiction of a lead agency. You were asking something. Okay, we can proceed. 8 is a tenure, which we agree upon, in my view, unless there is a comment. It's then 9, removal from office. A member of a committee, including chairperson, the chairperson may be removed from office by the committee, by the elected members of the committee. There is a repetition here. A resolution supported by 2/3 the members of the committee, but can only be removed for the following reasons. This should be 2, this should be 1, and then 2 should be reasons. 9(1) is a member can be removed. 9(2) are the reasons for removal. Are we together? Yes, and then those of you who have been following Uganda Law Society, I'm sure you know that the secretary fired the president on Saturday, and the president fired the secretary on Saturday. Yes, so this is what we are talking about. So when they ask the secretary, who were you with when you are firing? Yeah, so the inclusion of 2/3, it's not that you sit there and fire, you have to have 2/3 behind you. Yeah, so under 2, the reasons, the grounds shall include abuse of office, incompetence. Incompetence is subjective. They either need to interpret it, or remove it, or explain it. Abuse of office is in the penal code. Yeah. No, it's a leadership code act. Yes. But incompetence is subjective. Because coming without keeping may be incompetence with something. Do you suggest we keep it or we interpret it? Interpret it. For it amounts to incompetence that justifies removal. That we need to interpret incompetence. Then failure to attend 3 consecutive meetings of the committee without reasonable cause. This harsh, or this a lot to ask.
But this is what has been in the rules. That's the standard.
You can miss, but there is.
So if you miss, you give reason. But missing without reason, but really consecutive times. Misconduct detrimental to the committee. failure to perform duties and responsibilities as stated in the regulations, mental incapacity, conflict of interest, so it needs to be framed better. And conflict of interest, abuse of office. One, two. Then, so that we don't have here before we move on to other ways of locating office. That one is another part. A member of the committee may vacate office upon resignation, death, or ceasing to hold the office. But for these grounds for removal where it's the committee saying you leave, there any other ground? Corruption? Degrading the environment. Yes, so in the drafting, we shall have one as the powers to remove a member, and B, the grounds for which a member can be removed. So, 2, the grounds for which a member can be removed, and 9.3 shall be a member vacating by their own volition or death or ceasing to hold office.
I have something.
Yes.
In most cases, these people are the defendants of the government. They are the ones who have the biggest chance of wetlands or who are championing forest degradation. So, I guess now I'm wondering, and the person doesn't declare that you as an officer, and now you find that like almost all of those people own wetlands. They have taken over wetlands because they have money. And that is what is fueling the political intervention. So some of those things might almost make nobody interested in that policy. And you depend on how this is.
We remove conflict of interest. But there would be allowing them to get away with it.
No, they have the
We are fired, they're supposed to.
That is really, I think that's conflict of interest. Because it is not that annual meetings that open up and people will eventually, because for me, if I look at it, so, all the members of parliament, the chairperson, basically most of them at least have a chunk they are using the wetland. And even they are behind some people who are using it. So maybe you bring in maybe a phase, but that conflict of interest, you'll have nobody on the committee. For some districts.
But there are also solutions where the secretary will also be. So when the committee is received,
So you see,
discuss about
we discuss what you're saying as going to be to be exemplary in management. You start with your saying. But if you say they have conflict, they already have conflict, and the law has, that's why the law has said let them be on these committees because they know they are going to have money and can influence.
So in the composition, we will go back and put members ex officio.
No, they will be co-opted.
When co-opted is open, it means they are the ones who call if they need you. Co-opted is on the request of the committee itself, but ex officio is by the regulation, so it's default.
Then they come and put us in order.
Because if you're ex officio, whether you're there or you're not, business can go on. But it means if you're able to be there, you can attend. Now we have a regional office. If Rubiniz has a meeting and you just notify the office, if they show up, they attend. If they don't show up, you still conduct business and there is nothing illegal.
Yeah, this is the reason why you should put it there to be an ex officio, because in your mandate, you're already a part of us, so why do you again be ex officio? In your routine monitoring and supervision, in case we have a meeting, and you alert us, in case you're going to hold a meeting, let me know, I want to come and see how the committee is going. That's part of the
conflict of interest. That means the committee writes the number.
No, name of maybe also identify. We also see identify the problem. Now, in the committee, she has told you that if everyone in the committee has interest in the so no one will write to them. So according to their mandate of monitoring and supervision, they will identify the problem with a certain committee and maybe come down to put it in order. Yes. Because already the whole committee it has interest. So no one will report.
Committees which have issues before they are formed. What are we doing here?
You have to see the whole situation.
Some are political. They had food.
They are telling you from experience. We can proceed.
And also just have law. We move to level 10. Conflict of interest, we are keeping it on because it's a standard practice for good governance. If you have a conflict of interest, you're not supposed to sit in your own matter, like the principles of natural justice, because you're biased.
Yes.
Yeah. Under ideal circumstances, even right now, as I also happen to be in charge of board meetings, when you're coming up with minutes with an agenda, it has a standard here. Uganda, it has a prayer, it has quorum, and then declaration of conflict of interest. Before you say anything, after quorum, declare conflict of interest based on the business that is on the agenda. Me, my daughter is one of the candidates we are interviewing. Then I either have to show that I want to be biased even when she's there, or I recuse myself when she comes in to be interviewed. And after she has been interviewed, I come back, something like that. So we can't remove it. It's like a good practice. Yeah. Just that if it happens a lot, then it can have consequences. Yes, that will be the one you can declare conflict of interest. Yes, it's very hard to declare conflict of interest. Yes. Because if you are discussing a wetland where you have a title, you can't see it in that meeting. Yeah. And you have to be honorable enough to say, we are discussing G, but I have a title there. Yes. Okay, so we can move to 10. 10 relates to the secretariat, and in the act, in its age, they already make reference to the if the district natural resource officer, who shall be the secretary. It means the office of the DNRO shall be the secretariat of this committee. Yeah. And under this provision, much as we don't have detail there yet, it's supposed to have secretarial responsibilities in terms of invitations for meetings, minutes, agenda, all that logistics. It's under that office. So it means there may even be members where the DNRO will sit in as a member. The members of the office shall be the ones, maybe the environment officer or another, who are what administrators or clerks in the course of the meeting. The example I can share under the policy committee on environment, the chairperson, the ED member is the secretary. So we are the secretariat. We are the ones who plan, convene, do the logistics. Yeah, so that means the DNR's office will have all those nitty-gritties to do and make sure the committee is functioning as a secretariat. That's what we are providing for under 10.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the first part of that statement. The secretariat shall be headed by the secretary. The possibility of the secretariat being headed by the chairperson.
The DNRO.
No, I was saying that the secretary is already the secretariat. That is the matter of English for us who get what we want. Now, the secretary shall be headed by the secretary.
Shall be headed by the DNRO.
Yes.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be alone. The secretary shall be headed by the district natural resource officer. And then we can explain the responsibilities of the secretariat. Duties and responsibilities of the secretariat shall include invitations, venue, units, logistics. Yeah.
Maybe we can maybe add on part H, any other duty, maybe any other additional. Not limiting ourselves to this.
Yes. Any other duty or responsibility required for the smooth running of the committee? Yeah, that's because another function and they say it's not part of the See? Are we together?
Even the sugar level,
First, I need the point in the regulation, and the ones remaining, I think, are less contentious because they are picking from the act. Functions of the committee. This one is something you can keep as open as possible, but the functions of the district environment and natural resource committee are coordinate activities of the urban or district council relating to management of the environment, prepare district environment action plan, ensure that environmental concerns are integrated in the plan, prepare state of the environment report, assist in formulating and enforcement of ordinances and bylaws relating to the environment, monitor all activities within the local jurisdiction, promote the dissemination of information about the environment and sensitization and awareness, coordinate with the authority on the issues relating to management of the environment, coordinate the activities of environment and natural resource committees in management of the environment. Yes, that's the list. And two, the district environment and natural resource committee shall receive funds from among the sources of funds available to the urban district. I think this is overstepping. In my view, the funding can maybe benchmark other regulations, but as a regulation, you cannot speak to financing. This is a subsidiary legislation that well, Section 28, it's one of those that are mentioned in the Act, so we have to pick it. 28 2. So this one we don't have to debate it. It's in the Act, we just have to. Yeah, so this one is as put from the Act, as only thinking we are introducing finances in a regulation. So if it's in the Act, then we are good. So we can go to meetings. It's 13 meetings of the committee. A committee shall meet at least once every quarter. The chairperson may, at any time, for sufficient reason, suspend or adjourn a meeting of the committee to a date and time determined. The committee resolution shall be arranged by consensus, where consensus fails. On the particular matter, the chairperson may refer the decision on the matter to a later date to allow members to consult. Where consensus fails the second time, the resolution shall be arranged through voting. The committee shall determine a mode of voting during the meeting. The validity of the proceedings, actions, and advice of the committee shall not be affected by any vacancy among the members. Meeting of the committee shall be open to the members of the committee and any technical person invited by the committee, invited or opted. At 13.8. The committee may hold a meeting in camera in any matter. This means one where the public is not allowed to be in privacy. Any resolution passed by the committee prior to the coming into force of these regulations shall be deemed to have been passed in accordance with these regulations. This is a redeeming provision if there are certain things that have been passed before the regulations come into force. But in the current circumstance where committees are non-existent, we don't envisage this. But with this clause means if at all it happens, then that will be covered. While the number of members present under regulation 11 at a meeting is not equal to or greater than that was present when the resolution was adopted, the resolution shall not be revoked or altered. These are all informed by practice, where from time to time you'll find people going to court over something, and yeah, so the detail in that provision is something we cannot do. Subject to these regulations, the committee shall regulate its own procedure or any matter relating to its meetings. Very good one as well. 14. Running with our sugar levels dropping.
Excuse me,
Yes.
on the meeting, is it okay to say the frequency of the meetings?
Say that at least
It
once
is.
every quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Once every quarter is minimum. 14 covers quorum. The quorum shall be a quorum required for the conduct of business at any committee meeting. Quorum shall be required. The quorum for meetings shall be 7 members. 7 is on the law. We should use a percentage. What do you use? A third. If they all care, we will do 16 is the very least.
I think from practice, it has been 2/3. That is what we usually see in the constitution.
What can you find later?
Yes, you can get
So what should we do that?
Yes. But I think, yes, it can be 2/3. There are those absent with apology. And they part of
No.
they are not.
No.
We want physical
Yes,
appearance.
when you're coming up with a quorum, absent with apology is not attendance. Yeah. And I think that's why you are stable what, it's 2/3, so you.
Then, no, I think the reason why they made the committee bigger, they even wanted the more participation. Meaning that we need the 2/3, we need the 10. If they are not 10, if they thought that the 10 people were too many to attend, will not be attending, they would have reduced the number of committee members. Now that the committee is big, if you have a committee of 100 people and you want 2/3, you know that you're going to have the 75. So don't say that now the 75 might not attend. Why did you go to 100? Why did you make 100? So we go with the 2/3 as prescribed in the other laws. Then we try to see the team.
Really, just to ask. What's the way the committee? I'm just thinking the way there's a representation of the political, the technical. Just that's the only technical. Is it enough? Or the that should have both.
No, 2/3 is any member.
I think that one also applies to the gender issues.
Yeah.
Since we are considering offices, if there is a situation that all of them are males or all of them are females, then there is nothing that we have to consider gender issues and the rest. They just consider it opposite.
It's okay if all are women.
Is there room for delegation?
Yes. Because it's offices.
It is offices.
That means the one who comes in the capacity of the office role.
If the chairman is not there, he can delegate the vice.
And during that meeting, the vice is in as a chair.
As the chair. Since there is no that. If the MP is not there, the minister can delegate the principal assistant.
That may be complex. Where the MP getting a political assistant. For MPs, that delegation may not apply, but for officers, technical officers, that can apply.
But you can send a political assistant because
You can put a clause for delegation.
Council, thanks so much. About the issue of gender, in our place in Kawarodi, there's a town council that has males only. I don't know, because with these meetings, I think the issue of gender is not always looked at. You can get that you are district, you have community development officer, the engineer, the environmental officer, and they are all males, and they are the ones going to attend that meeting. And now, will you postpone the meeting because of the issues of gender? I think the issues of gender can't be looked at when we are looking at these issues. Thank you.
So we have that address, we captured the need to provide for delegation. We move to 15. 15 types of meetings. There will be ordinary meetings, which shall be based on quarterly meetings. Those are ordinary. Extraordinary meetings, other meetings other than quarterly meetings. And then meetings by circular resolution, which shall be held on in special circumstances. These are just generic types of meetings. Unless there's special with extraordinary meetings.
Yeah, some like us in council, in council should be doing it. You know, some people can decide to trying to do something. So you can see when you're under meeting, under our council, they have specified time within which the meeting. And that's beyond 5 in fact.
Actually, that one, legally speaking, is now being discouraged because of globalization. Where the cow can, even some of these meetings will be virtual.
Yeah.
The cow is in Colombia, where for him, he will wake up at 6 in the evening, which is late for us, but you have to meet. Yeah, so it makes, once you have it in the regulations, it makes all decisions null and void. But it's better not to have it. We can go to 16 notices. These are also, basically, these are best practices from corporate governance. How much notice should be given. The secretary of the committee shall in the notice to members of the committee specify date, time, venue, and the agenda of the meeting. That is standard. The secretary in convening the meeting shall comply with the following timelines. Notices for ordinary meetings shall be given 7 days before the scheduled date. I suggest we do 14. But 7 is for not very active secretaries, which we can keep.
Seven is okay, because there you're able to know the schedule of the event. But if you make it 14 and they are, but for 7, you're able to predict and get at least a majority.
Okay, so for extraordinary meetings, 4 days. And for meetings by circular resolution, 5 days. Notwithstanding, 2 secretary given may give shorter notice in case of an emergency. A shorter notice in subregulation 3 shall not invalidate the proceedings of the meeting. We are creating room for when they are about to burn the forest. And you tell everyone, right now, Longboard will send you a link for Zoom. Yeah. So shorter can be hours, it can be less than 5 days or 4 days. Meaning, once that happens, as long as on paper, the secretary can show there was that circumstance, no one will challenge the decision because of notice. Decisions of the committee in 17, decisions of the committee shall be determined by general consensus, but where consensus cannot be reached, shall be determined by a simple majority of the members present voting. The decision made by the committee shall be binding on all members. Standard provision. Procedure of meetings in 18. These ones are also borrowing corporate governance practices. Every meeting shall be presided over by the chairperson. In the absence of the chairperson, the vice. A person wishing to make contribution during the deliberation in the meeting shall signify his or her intentions by raising his hand or her hand, his or her hand. And where called upon shall address the chairperson. The chairperson shall provide direction for the meetings. A member shall not reintroduce for discussion a matter that has been deliberated upon and upon which a final decision has been made. Committee shall not discuss a matter that is sub judice. Deliberations in the meeting may be interrupted by a point of order, procedure, information, privilege, suddenly arising. Any point raised in subregulation 7 shall take precedence over all other business. And a point of order or point of procedure shall be raised immediately where an irregularity during deliberations occurs. Chairperson shall preserve order and decorum in the meeting and shall determine all questions of procedure not expressly provided for in the regulations. Proceedings and deliberations of the committee shall be in English. Do we put English or local language? Now that Robert Mao is saying everyone at least should have done Form 6, we can keep English. But RDCs, I hope I'm not overtalking. Yeah. So we are putting English, that's 1812. If there's no comments to that, we can go to our 19, which we had mentioned earlier, disclosure of interest. A member of a committee who in any way, directly or indirectly, interested in a matter to be deliberated upon shall disclose the nature of his or her interest at the meeting, which is the other item I said is now included in the agenda, declaration of conflict of interest. A member who makes a disclosure under 19.1 shall not A, be present during the deliberation of the committee with respect to that matter. There is a common mistake where people think if I have conflict of interest, as part of the agenda, we are going to have a paper on wetlands, a paper on riverbanks, a paper on lake shores, and I have a conflict of interest in respect to lake shores. So I shouldn't attend the whole meeting. You attend the meeting and not recuse yourself in respect to that paper where you have conflict of interest. Or if we are interviewing 30 people and my daughter is on one of the positions, no, I can't interview anyone who's competing with my daughter. But if we have 4 positions and she's in one of them, I can participate in 3. And when we get to the 4th one where she's involved, I can't interview any of the people on. So, like, conflict of interest is not in this sense a bad thing. You just have to declare it and make sure you don't. And in practice, they also allow you to warn yourself of the risk. If I can tell the committee that I have the conflict of interest, but I promise I'm not going to be biased. If the committee is okay with it, I can see it in. But the minutes will capture that I declared the conflict of interest. I informed the committee that I'm aware and I will let it cloud my judgment, and the rest of the members unanimously were okay with it. Yes, then you see it in. Yeah. So those are some of the things and the conflict of interest. We had provided for miscellaneous provisions, and that's where it's an open check at this point. If there is something you think we need to capture, we can put it under miscellaneous provisions. Yes, we are looking for appeals. We had proposed earlier appeals to the decisions of the committee, and have our reservations about it. Some regulations have offenses. For example, if you summon someone to appear and they don't, you can provide for sanctions or maybe orders, anything. At this point, as long as it helps the committee run smoothly, we can provide for it either as a substantive regulation or as a miscellaneous regulation. Yeah, so that's where we are at. Time is really spent, but over to you. For us to don't use the next 7 minutes. If there's anything that is outside what we have shared that is relevant, we can bring it up.
They have, I think, 2 priorities. One is about the relationship of this district committee with the one of the lower local. We have the sub-county environment committees, and I think there are others down. Yes? Yes. I think this regulation should, I don't know whether it is in the act. If it's not, then I think we should see how maybe the committee can also handle the issues that may be raised from now. And then also how this committee can relate with the resolutions from this committee, where they should be addressed to. Now they've resolved that maybe this person should be evicted from. Now, is it in the mandate, in the responsibilities attached to the environmental officer to implement resolutions from the committee?
So after doing those resolutions, who should implement the resolutions of the committee? And it also attaching the other resolutions from the lower local environment committees, maybe to be addressed by the district environment committee. Then in the miscellaneous, I just wanted to know whether they are called the templates or the formats can be also attached to have maybe how
like a schedule with forms.
yes, on how maybe to have they are called the action points, how to like any format, so that can also be attached. The format of their minutes, it might be different from others, or the actions to be taken, or the kind of complaints being registered, or to have a register for complaints to be addressed by the committee. How will they now, a committee sit and address and discuss certain complaints? Because there might be maybe a degrader who's trying maybe to complain on the district. There is a complainant, and then there is the district maybe did do something right, and then somebody wants the committee to address that issue. Meaning that there should also be a certain register for complaint, because these are issues now as a committee. So I'm just giving brainstorming on what we can add in this regulation. That is what I have so far. I don't need replies there, but I'll just give you out what I have.
And I think especially that register can be part of what the secretariat
should have.
Yes.
Can keep a register of complaints.
Yes. And then we can have a schedule with forms. Those are called schedules. They don't go the regulation, but after all the regulations are done, we have schedules which explain the forms or templates that can be used in the operations of the committee. You can take note of that and see.
Is there a provision for the different roles of the member, the committee, or everything just goes?
They don't go on a specific role, other than the chair and the vice and the secretary. Others are just there to share their views and yes. And I think the issue of enforcement, after committee has discussed, each member goes back to their respective office. So if it's arrests, then the one who's in charge of enforcement can do that. If it's taking action, those can be part of the resolutions in the minutes. They say the RDC will, and then they say the district natural resource officer will liaise with the police. This one will do this and do it. All that detail can be part of the resolutions that are made.
Then they report to
the committee.
then now they
This is complementing the work everyone is already doing in their office. Yes. So eventually when NEMA comes for monitoring, or if it's NFA that is coming for inspection, the aspect you've had of it for NFA or PUA or personal and mines, whatever, yeah. Can't establish new reporting channels. Yeah. Everyone already has a line of.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say something about the complaints register. We have a DCDO here of release. We are at district level, we have two committees that handle complaints. We have a grievance redress committee and we have a consultative committee. So I imagine, since the DCDO is sitting on this committee, in the event that a matter is a complaint, then it goes to the right place. Because if we start registering even complaints under the committee, we shall be overstepping on our people's laws. And yes, under assessment, when they under the national assessment teams want to come, they are looking for the complaints register that is kept by the secretary, who is the DCDO, all under the consultation committee. They also have a secretary. For each committee, the council chair. So let us not have this as a forum for complaints, but for development and implementation of where we have failed to do what we are supposed to do.
All right, so our time is fast spent. I would like, first of all, before we wrap up on this segment, to let you know that every word that has been mentioned here was being captured. We are going to generate a matrix showing on regulation 1, these are the comments we gave, regulation 2, these are the comments we gave, and then we will share just in case there's any additional improvement you want to make, but also we shall use it internally to revise, to come up with an updated draft that is including these comments that we received here. As you must have noticed, they are very insightful comments. Some of them we couldn't even contemplate them on our desks in Kampala because it's not our experience every day. We don't know how some of these things play out. So it's really a good opportunity that we're able to pick your thoughts on this, and the next draft you hear about of these regulations will be improved because of the effort. We had planned to have also like a panel discussion where it's just a question and answer. And I know Kristen had suggested we have it before lunch, but our time is fast spent. I don't know when we can, it's supposed to be, because we came with the lead agency coordinator, we have a representation from the region. It's supposed to be a question and answer session generally, where they share with you in a nutshell what we are doing at the region. It shares with you what we are doing as a committee, as lead agency. And so if you have any questions, either directed to the region or directed to the lead agency coordinator, we have a representative from civil society. If they have any perspectives that they would like to share, so that when we break for lunch, we don't come back. That's an alternative. Or we can take off for 30, 40 minutes, we have lunch, and then we come for 30 minutes. How do we proceed?
Let's have 20 minutes discussion, then we have lunch.
I have the outcome of graduated by Rita. Shall have to not have a single.
Chris, is it okay we proceed? Yes, good afternoon, members. You're welcome to the last important session of the meeting of the workshop. And we are going to have a panel here with me. For me here, I'm Lord Rita, the head natural resource for this district. And on the panel, we are going to have the senior manager in charge of environment enforcement and field operations, NEMA. Yes. You don't have the person? Didn't come. You're welcome, sir. You can come and take a seat. Then we shall have the manager, environment planning and coordination. It's out. Sir, you're welcome. You can come and take a seat. Then we shall have the DNRO, Professor Madam Judy. We're going to utilize the panel. Then I think we are forwarding the CSO representative. Yes. So we are having 3 panelists. And the one in charge of coordination, planning. Yes. Yes, Baguma, the world. Yes, since we are taking little time on this, I suggest we become more active, participatory, and we go straight to the questions. We are going to, as we are going to have a panel, we have topics of discussion. And with those topics, you just tell us how you're handling it and any other information that you would want to give to us. And the panel, the discussions are about environment enforcement and effective environmental governance at the sub-national level. So you're welcome. You first introduce yourself, then you can talk to us on the questions that we have. But first and foremost, you can first introduce yourselves, then we go to the main discussion. You can give them microphones.
Peter, and the seniority agency coordinator, also standing for the manager.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Previous Minister, Isoro District of Government, Natural Resources Department, and glad to be part of the
Thanks so much, Margaret. I'm called Water Bridge. I work for the Environment Investigations Office, Southwestern Region. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. You can remain with the microphone. Then we go to the manager, environment planning. You can tell us about how we can strengthen the coordination between the subnational authorities, government agencies, and conservation organizations that we have within the region. How this can we strengthen this coordination?
Thank you very much, moderator. To start with, when we're talking about coordination, one important aspect is, first of all, ensuring that there are well-known designated focal persons, representatives, whereby you find that if NEMA and any other governmental lead agency in terms of, let's say, MDS, want to coordinate or have any information sharing, they should have designated persons that are known to the local government, the different local governments, like these people can reach out. So there should be a move to ensure that the different focal persons, let's say the local governments, know the focal persons in the MDA and also know the focal person in enhanced action. Already we have taken strides to ensure that we update the contact list for the environmental managers and accounts. And we have also made put in place platforms to ensure that communication and information flow, especially between NEMA and the local governments, improves. So we have gone ahead to, for example, put in place regional lead agency WhatsApp platforms for direct and quick information sharing in any case of challenges that are the grassroots that they would want support with from NEMA, especially to do with issues of enforcement. I have been able to participate in enforcement as a technical officer, and normally we get information from the local governments where they have been challenged. Then NEMA comes in to support and see that perpetrators are brought to book. On the other hand, we want to strengthen communication with or through the accounts office to make sure that one, recognize the office of the account, but then also such that whatever deliberations or intended interventions, for example, if we have virtual meetings that are meant for capacity building and the like, so it is officially communicated and given precedent. Then also one other way of improving this coordination is through it's a good thing that today we're discussing the regulations. Before these regulations weren't there, so if you are facilitating, of course you facilitate based on the rules and what you have come up with as best practices to be able to support the team that they have put together, the committee that they are constituting. But now that we have the regulations, we believe that everything now will be centralized, whereby you're not dealing with one person, one individual, but you have now NEMA is dealing with all the different agencies are all dealing with a particular committee that represents that, which I think will strengthen. Then to conclude, another aspect that is key about coordination is the quarterly progress reports. And these are key because now we are able to know the different challenges that are rising in the different lead agencies, in the different local governments. And we have transitioned to move a step further. That is not just about writing and receiving these reports, but we review these reports and compile one conclusive report that we later present to top management, such that these issues can be addressed, as well as also reaching out to our sister lead agencies that govern different entities of the natural resources that we interact with, such that support our voice can be added and the voice of the lead agencies can be added so that those issues can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before you leave the microphone, we are talking about strengthening the collaboration. I just wanted you to highlight at least two challenges that has been weakening the collaboration, that you see that are the strong challenges that we shall need now to address.
One that has been in practice that we've observed is the continual non-observance of the other entity. For instance, if NEMA comes and implements something without maybe the cloud knowing, the environment officers knowing, and that's not just only to do with maybe the visits. There are certain courses of actions being taken without the environmental officers knowing what the DNR.
Coordinate better, we should have an arrangement whereby if there is a particular issue being addressed in a district, now we should move forward working together with the environment office on ground in a way in such that even if, for example, there's a restoration order issued or a certificate issued, a copy should be shared with the environment office that they know. And also on the other way around, if a decision is taken maybe against a particular individual or there is some bit of correspondence, copies of that should be shared so that we don't act like we are overriding or undoing what the other entity has been doing, but rather fostering and working together. So I believe if we did that, it would give us a foundation for more informed management that cuts across and has more impact.
Thank you. That is good. You really identified the critical problems, challenges that are on ground. And yes, the talk had already talked about them. I think it's good we are identifying our gaps. Yes, now next to Moja. Yes, Moja, you've been working with the communities, you have the indigenous people, you also with the government. Would like to know what mechanism exists for integrating community knowledge and the traditional practices.
Thank you, moderator, and the in-house participants and online participants. Yeah, about that, one of the mechanisms is the embracing the existing law, like the National Environment Act 2019, where under the principles of environment management, one of them is encouraging community, basically every citizen to participate in environment management. So how do we do that? We do that through the existing structure. You may be aware that right away from the grassroots, that is OC1, up to the OC5, we have people responsible for environment and natural resources management. People who hold those offices under the committees at the different levels. So those are one of the people through which structures we can get to the people and ensure environment management is well handled. Then, like you have seen today, and which has been a big issue, many times we have lacked information and such as the laws available to the people who work with, be it at local level. So having simplified versions, or even in the local languages, would be one of the best ways to ensure what they do or effective environmental governance and management done. Then increasing awareness. We have not been visible most times and not reached many people. So embracing like radio programs, since we are lucky that at local levels we have free airtimes managed by the RDC's office, that would be one of the avenues where we reach many people on issues that relate to managing the environment. And then participatory planning. Environment is something that needs concerted efforts and by everyone. Like we are told, it is a right of every citizen and a responsibility for everyone to a clean and healthy environment. So being a responsibility, that means everyone has a role to play in regard to planning for the environment. So that is also planning with the communities would also be a best way as a mechanism for ensuring that. Then the what we call community-based natural resource management. That is an approach that if we embrace the mechanism that can foster effective management of the environment, and also customizing issues that relate to the national laws into our own settings by having bylaws relating or customizing issues that are in the national laws to the local levels. Having bylaws and then at the district level, developing them to have ordinances. So I think that those would be best mechanisms of ensuring that what we do will with everybody, since the environment is everyone's responsibility. Yeah, then finally, we should also look at people who have good practices that promote sustainable environment management. And there we will come in with either peer-to-peer or call them community change agents. So if we handle that even at that level, it is something that would really support us who are seen on the ground to be able to reach more people. And in that way, everybody would appreciate their role in the environment coaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Moja. Still referring to that, I want to use the example of gazettement of Mafuga. You can tell us two ways in which you engage the local community or in which you use the local knowledge in coming up with a gazettement of Mafuga Forest.
Yeah, thank you. It is in fact Mafuga Forest, which is a forest on public land, but which is rich in biodiversity. Yeah, the one, it was through awareness and communities appreciating that it is a resource that can be useful to them, both in terms of general issues that are indirect, like the climate and even tourism. You know, Kisoro is the tourism hub. So the communities themselves brought up the idea that having a forest that is being encroached on and yet it is rich in biodiversity is a loss to both the district and to the country. So we engaged them and reached a point of wanting to gazette it as a local forest reserve. But different parties having different interests, where having a local forest reserve needed an environmental and social impact assessment for them to allow to understand the importance of that forest in relation to the ecological benefit it would offer to everybody. So we are still moving on, and Kapuka per se was about to be taken on for tree planting, but because of the awareness raised, the communities were able to act as a pressure group to stop the cutting and even going to courts of law, and they were able to testify as communities on why the forest should not be cut, because it is not gazetted, but it is just a forest that exists, a natural forest on public land that is highly threatened for degradation. But it exists because people understand why it should remain because of its ecological purposes and the benefits that it would accrue if it was protected as one of the tourism products in the district.
Did you have the virtual in that area so that their indigenous knowledge is also incorporated?
The Batwa are at the periphery, but they were not direct beneficiaries. Instead, it is the tour operators who are using the forest because it has a waterfalls within it. But the Batwa, for them, we have used them for another forest called Muniga, that is on narrow land, and which narrow land it was so cut, but because it was promoting the culture of the Batwa, that forest has maintained despite narrow one to be converted into a demonstration site for different varieties of crops.
Okay. Then yes, finally, I know you've done a lot in environmental management. You can tell us about the funding gaps that you experience in the district and how you're trying to fill up those gaps so that some of us can fit in.
Like I mentioned earlier, there are many structures right away from the village level to the level. And most of these structures are not facilitated in any way. So what we have done in relation to that is prioritizing different ecosystems and having community, like site-specific management interventions where the communities appreciate and are able to voluntarily be able to take up the management and ensure the sustainable generation. Then what we have done, maybe one of the issues is that under funding, we have tried to advocate or to lobby through writing proposals to different NGOs, and that is why I think we became partners with WWF that has now connected us to MED. So it is through proposal writing and networking that we are able to attract some of the funding that we have. And to that, a lot has been done by WWF, for which the district is highly grateful of. And then that is because of the lack of funding. So we write proposals and we attract funding from partners. Then even through the political wing, one, we have a chairman who is the speaker. Because I can say through him, the district has been able, is going to benefit from a project that is being implemented by the WWF Ministry of Water and Environment and Energy. Because when we go out for workshops and the politicians are able to talk for their districts, it also attracts different partners to the district. And also in addition to that, as the district, we look at what benefits many, and we make sure the Vatwa are also, the communities are at the center of most of our interventions. So when we position ourselves through that, we get funding and in prioritizing, we prioritize accordingly and ensure that most of the people or the community benefit and are able to speak on behalf of us. Because as a district, we cannot do much, but once you have the political support, you're able to get more funding to the district, and which has enabled us to do what we are able to do. And I believe because of the strong collaboration with the different partners, even accountability and transparency, and having those people among us being visible. When you work with the partner and the partner is visible in an area, increasing their visibility, then they tend to bring in more projects and activities. And good collaboration with the existing CSOs has also enabled us within the limited funding to be able to move a step ahead in doing what we are doing.
Then we're talking about the funding gap within the central government.
For the central government, we are the only projects under central government. And as a district, I would say, other than Inema, where the environment fund has not reached us, and which of course, the the debate that that money goes to the consolidated fund, and it has not been clear on about the development fund reaching the district. That one remains a gap. But projects supported by the ministry within the district, where like where this is also a beneficiary, we have the Green Climate Fund project. They are released to the beneficiary, so it's there. So through those fundings under different projects, the funding gap is bridged. And we are really appreciating for that. Because the little money we get may not be able to change, but money has not been enough, cannot be enough. But through attracting projects and again having many partners and working with the different CSOs and even the issues of tourism, all that the different activities reach the funding gap, and a lot can be done through that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Moja. Finally, we go to the last panelist, who's none other than this woman. Welcome. Yeah? Yes? Baboons are not baboons. Somebody talked about baboon. Yes, Moja has talked about the environment funds. We will talk about it. Then, so that we get to know whether it is operational or it is lying dormant somewhere under someone's dockets. Then you also talk about, since you're in the enforcement, you can tell us about how these local authorities can ensure compliance, since they are to these enforcements. They do a lot of enforcement as local government. And we know that even the LOC one, we know environmental management is a decentralized function. So even LOC ones, by the way, do enforcement in their villages. So you also tell us how these people can be supported, especially through National Environment Management Authority, so that they can better their enforcement strategy.
Okay, thanks so much, moderator. Our viewers online and colleagues. As enforcement.
First, tell us about the environment funds.
The issue of environment fund is in council grants. About enforcement. As them Southwestern region, we have managed to remove the almost all the streets. The other ones was in Exolo and made done. And we have done enforcement. You can imagine from here to Exolo, we are there for almost a week. We have moved Sheni, we have moved to Masaka and other districts. We don't only move to our places, but then we always interface with non-compliant developers, and we have managed to open up cases, so many cases in these districts, and we are pursuing them. Currently, we have over 60 cases running here in our courts, which is a good thing as far as prostitution is concerned. As a region, we have done restoration in so many districts. This time we are planning to do a restoration in collaboration with the district, the district environmental here. Okay. We are in plan. We have had so many engagements. We are planning restoration. We have done restoration in Chema. We have done restoration in Luambana
That is under GCF.
Under NEMA. Yeah, NEMA also funds exploration. And we intend to do more exploration activities around districts. You see, for us, we respond when you environmental officers and natural resources officers come to our offices to ask for support. That's why we assume that everything has now firing. That's when we come and respond. On the issue of supervision, we have moved in so many districts and we move for purposes of data collection. We have enough data pertaining our districts in Southwestern region. And after compiling this data, we forward to our bosses in Kampala, who also compile it and disseminate it. We have also carried out sensitization campaigns in so many districts. We have a problem here of illegal sand mining around this river. This river, by the time we came last year, I think it was almost drying up. But now in 1 year, you can realize that the water levels have gone up, and all this is out of the efforts of NEMA and its enforcement. We have also halted illegal sand mining activities. Most of these cases are reported by environmental officers. When environmental officers report to us, we respond and stop those illegal activities. So the other day we were in Isidro. There's also a problem of illegal sand mining along River Kagera, where we are now importing. I think you are aware that we are now importing water. I don't know if you are aware. Yes. We used to get water from River Ruiz, but now since River Ruiz is drying up, we are now importing from Tanzania and Rwanda. So Kagera comes from the other side. So that means we are importing water. So it's a very big project for the government. They are connecting pipes for you here in Western Uganda, most especially the districts of Kirugura, Mbara, and Isidro, to have drinking water. So yes. For household consumption, we have resorted now to importing because we have now highly degraded river and the systems of river ways. I think if at the environmental officers, if you have platforms, the other day was in question. I almost the whole I don't know if you can transfer this message on your WhatsApp as environmental officers. Because being a catchment area of a source of people have established farms, they have cleared all wetland vegetation, and really it's worse. I'm wondering if they have an environmental officer or not. Yes, when you reach there, if you are a conservationist, you can hear the shade here. So it's in a terrible stage. Also, local governments, youth people, you have a problem of entering into conflicts with these illegal miners. The other day was in the Shemu. We encountered trucks mining sand in the buffer properties. But these people came up and brought documents. And for us, we entered an agreement with the district and we are paying, revenue to the district. How can the district sanction such an activity that happened in the buffer? So it's also an issue really that takes us together. I think with those few points, let me end here.
Thank you.
I don't know if there is any other question.
Thank you, Alonza. I should have put down the microphone before you tell us your platform.
I'm a kid.
Welcome, Akiki. Thank you for your submission. Yes, you can forward the mic to the other panelist. The colleague has something to add on.
Thank you so much, maybe to add on, enforcement, in enforcement, there are issues to do with, besides looking at just the core natural resources and environment, there are issues to do with noise, there are issues to do with waste management, and there are also issues to do with compliance of the different entities that we issue certificates to operate. Now, in the spirit of sustainable development and the management of the environment, we would like to call upon you to take an approach that, one, if you're looking at a different ecosystem, if you look at ecosystem approach, you look at ways of how best can we conserve these different entities, the wetlands, the forests, the riverbanks, the lake shores, and you design your enforcement and monitoring operations to actually monitor these entities. Why should you do that? Because you're trying to send a message that, yes, we have development and we have lost maybe some bit of these resources, but we are trying to conserve what is left. Because it is important for the communities we are staying with to appreciate that, one, we are not just witch hunting them, however, but we are trying to emphasize that as a district or as a region, there are these key resources that are very pertinent to our way of life. For example, as the GNR also shared, you find that we have specific cultural attachments to some of these entities. And if people are able to appreciate this, they are in position to preserve them. The other day was an engagement with traditional healers and witch doctors, and they were telling, we have no problem with you. For us, we are the ones who want this forest. We are the ones who want the conservation of the wetlands because we derive direct benefit from them. So in our monitoring plans, let us try to emphasize the issue of ecosystem approach-based monitoring and enforcement, such that we see to it that we conserve these. And of course, there is the issue of segregation and that people keep on raising that, we are segregating in the way we operate. Let us try to do something that encompasses maybe a catchment on the whole entire system, the whole entire wetland, such that if there is one, then all the rest are there. A while ago, NEMA had a training for designated environment inspectors, and one of the core aspects they took them through was how to gather evidence and how to properly write reports so that you can actually make sure that these cases stick in court. NEMA will continue holding these trainings as need arises, of course, with our interaction with the different lead agencies, we will have to hold more of these such that we support the point that, because there's one time I was doing enforcement and the police told me they had never looked at a copy of the act, and they were just acting on instruction to actually apprehend the culprits. So we are looking at a scenario whereby we need to further this information and push it down to the different entities and players, because they are key. We are looking at, for example, the regulations and laws on waste management. We find that in some localities, like council told you, that people do not know that littering is a crime, but we have very nice, good laws that if you went through, you don't see why we should not be. So we are emphasizing the aspect that even as you do your enforcement, try to look at the different aspects of the environment, noise-related issues, try to look at waste management, try to look at the different natural resources and try to restore and try to monitor in respect to those entities. Otherwise, we should be able to strengthen the enforcement arm in the different regions if we were able to do this. Then the other thing I wanted to emphasize, yes, the other thing I wanted to emphasize is that we are looking at ensuring that we have joint inspections with the different lead agencies that are concerned with those entities. For example, if it's wetlands, it's a wetlands issue, you bring the wetlands management on board. When communities see you, or the different players see you working with these different entities, they will appreciate what you're doing and actually to strengthen the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this submission. Thank you, the panelists. Over to you, the audience. In case you have any inquiry, in case you have a submission to make. Now, this is the point where we have, we shall first have somebody talk about the environment fund. The officer in charge is there. Then we have the questions. We need around 5 minutes to have this session closed. Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, the Environment Fund is one of those funds that has been around for over a decade, but has never been operationalized. And in 2019, amidst a lot of resistance from government, because there was an effort to do away with funds, for some reason it was retained. And right now we are working on regulations to make sure that by the end of this year, alongside this regulation on district natural resource committees, the regulation on the fund should be concluded so that in fiscal year 2025-26, we should at least start having the fund operationalized. Yeah. So that's the update I can share now. Otherwise, the fund is there, some resources are coming to the fund, but they are all taken to the consolidated fund after they've been received. They're just received for the record. Yeah, but with the regulations, we shall now have guidelines on how lead agencies can tap into these funds. Yeah.
Thank you. That gives us hope. Yes.
Thank you very much. Practice. I want to appreciate the responses that our panelists gave. Collaboration, networking in the conservation is very important, because it is out of that Kafuga was saved from being taken away by the rich. I have one question. My brother Gig and my friend there. I know may be having the glasses with the lenses. I don't know whether we have the two agencies, one for the poor in conservation and another one for the rich when we are enforcing the restoration. A case in point. One lens of Nansana, restore the rich. Another lens of the rich is tiling the soil on that side of going to the lower side. Creating awareness in my community, where people are really putting their the young for survival, the poor, and we are saying live, and yet we are promoting at the national level. We are promoting it for the investors. Do we have conservation restoration for the poor, and then the rich can go and destroy our environment? Please, how are you enforcing that? Which lenses are you using for the poor? Because it demotivates some of us who are in restoration at the grassroots level. Even when you are talking about the sun is because the one who is getting it in the Guampara is a poor person. But when you go to even right some told they want to believe every time they tell us I believe. But why are you not enforcing for the rich also so that they conserve? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That is a good question to the right people. It is on the environment, regardless the regulation. Yes, is there any other question so that we close off as they answer?
Questions.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I suggest we have the last one. Might be addressed to this. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is also in regard to environmental enforcement, environmental management enforcement. I appreciate he has highlighted areas where the right to do enforcement within this region. And one of the previous speakers also said that when they are doing enforcement, they should tackle all areas concerning the environment. Me, I want to be specific. I want him to highlight for us efforts which I have put forward regarding enforcing of environmental management in line with noise pollution. We are normally attacked by these churches who make a lot of noise, these motor vehicles which are like racing cars which are going street making a lot of noise. So what have you done in that kind of direction? I thank you.
Thank you, engineer. So I think there's another being a youth and juvenile. Let us give one last chance.
Thank you, moderator. My question is with the Moja. You said, yes, CSOs have been lacking knowledge on environmental risk. That is true. And we know there are so many small organizations coming up dealing with environmental conservation. People don't know about environmental risk. Yes, we are Katara people. We have been dealing in the environment, but we don't know the laws, or I don't know whether it is the government supposed to extend those laws to those small organizations or the NEMA organization. Thank you.
You're welcome. Panelists, I think those are the questions to answer.
Thanks so much, my brother.
We can do a summary.
For asking these wonderful questions. First of all, the law doesn't discriminate anybody. The issue of Loviti which you are referring to was a restoration that was done in accordance with the laws. But then, the person you are meaning in answer. This person had been authorized by the government and he had a certificate.
I'm saying, on this side of Nansa, there is a restoration. As you go to Burenga, the whole of that street, on that wall of Burenga, there is piling of soil every day. Maram. I mean, that's the road segregate here, and it's just there.
Maybe my colleague will answer that question from Kampala. Maybe I interest myself in the question of noise pollution. We have addressed these problems of noise pollution. Unless you have not come to a regional office to report, we have no complaint with any environmental officer. The other day, the environmental officer of Ruembo called us, we responded immediately, and we have the case, and we voted them to see. So unless you don't report, that's when you will have your own complaint. Thank you so much.
The service is demand. That is what we say.
Thank you very much. And even while the service is demand driven, as development increases, the need, because now it's crazy in Kampala, and you find that you need more people. However, the council told you that NEMA is trying to make efforts to try and increase the force to 150, because the idea is these people that do the noise monitoring and what should be working at night, they have big night shifts, like they're not the same people working during the daytime. So that is the plan towards that. That's how we want to address it, because already it's being done in Kampala. For the issue of the law, NEMA is supposed to spread the law. We are supposed to popularize it. With my team, we have a colleague that oversees the non-state actors, where the civil society is both. The idea should be that shortly we should be doing a needs assessment to see the gaps that we can start addressing them. Already plans have been made to meet a number of these civil societies to be able to address and do some bit of capacity building in terms to operations within the law. However, on the other issue of Rover, now, I managed to take part in the restoration of that place. You understand that at that spot, the road was created and it fragmented the wetland. So a bit was left the other side, which of course, as time goes on, because it's not connected to the original system, it is converted. So while we're restoring that place, we left the other side of the road, especially the wet, because it was a small negligible bit of the wetland. So, but that part, because of lack of continuity, it was left. It was only, like I told you, when you're doing this kind of restoration, you need to look at what are you preserving that is still intact and connected to the original system. Now, the restoration was done on this other end that is still intact, and this part was let go for those very reasons. However, when Wakiso was reporting, those people misconstrued and went and put a video online that showed structures being broken in a different place, and he connected the video to where soil was being piled. Because I do not want to go into that, but it was a private battle between Wakiso and what? The developer. I will not go deeper than that, but that is what I wanted you to appreciate. The structures that they showed on were not there, were not on that place. They moved that somewhere else, not that specific location. Why they did it that way was because they wanted to make a law on but it was agreed between the different entities in the spirit of working together that that part was there since it was not connected to the original system and had been fragmented by the road. Like small bits, or like a small portion that doesn't even equate to 1 acre, because we find his plot, his extent, where the wetland used to pass was just a small fraction, it was just a corner, and that part had the trench. I physically went there before even put the soil. So, because of that, there was that miscommunication. That is why it looks that, but it is not the case. We try as much as possible not to segregate, and also to make sure that everything is in the law at the end of that day.
Thank you. Thank you. To supplement on issues of disseminating the laws to the CSOs, enrollment management is also a decentralized function where the districts have a mandate to also, if within their means, they can liaise with NEMA and have these laws provided to the CSOs, because it is a requirement that we collaborate, since the district supervise the CSOs through platforms that exist, have their needs, and be able to provide what is required for them through, again, trying to locate either from the other bigger CSOs or bigger NGOs that have the funding and can provide for that. Otherwise, it is a need that we should all appreciate that enrollment being centralized, everything should begin at district level in relation to the activities of the CSOs. Thank you.
Yes. However, if you feel you have a need, you approach the office in charge so that you get a service.
The other thing is the soft copies of the rules are all, and regulations are all on the NEMA website. So we could start with that as the physical meetings are arranged, but are all there. All the regulations, the sister acts, the sister regulations are all down.
Thank you. I think we are at the end of the panel discussion. Thank you, my panelists, and thank you, the audience, for being very active. I kindly request that we give them a hand clap. You can resume your seats, as I also hand over the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita, for moderating the last session. We are really kind that we are supposed to have great lunch. Maybe take a break. So I'm not to waste much time. We are going to have a closure. So we are going to do a closure. I will invite the crowd back before. Because of the closing, I want to thank all of you who have participated in this meeting. I know a lot of awareness has been created, a lot of sharing has happened, and we've achieved the objective. I want to thank the DNR awards of Louise and Kisoro for mobilizing the rest of the team, and also the team at NEMA. As Emily, we are very grateful for the collaboration that we've had with NEMA and also the district in putting together this workshop. So at this point, I want to invite the crowd from the agency to do the closure, and then we shall proceed for lunch.
Thank you very much. I have been given this assignment. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the last minutes. Protocol observed. That's the legal team we have in this meeting. Yes. Basically, this was the consultative meeting on regulations to operationalize the environment and natural resources communities. Much as, of course, of the anxiety, you have to extend to other areas, but specifically, we are here for that. I thank the team that moved here and there to make sure we get to know what is happening in NEMA and the rights. That would have constrained ourselves to honor that area. Otherwise, the rest of the issues that were being raised can be tackled when we have other meetings. specifically outside this one. But I thank the team who initiated this one, specifically the legal team, so that they take us through and we know what is going to happen, so that in the future, so cases of enforcement and the rights, we know where we fall as the part of the community. I thank you, Nema's team, that looked around and said, for purposes of consultation, let's go to and meet Chisoro and Rubilizi. I've not taken long in Rubilizi. Before I was in these other districts of town districts, because I was here around Parana. But when you go to Rubilizi and Chisoro, they seem to be similar in the areas of environment. Then consulting these people would be something very great, because these are the areas that really NEMA and the ministry will focus most of the time to conserve and support, so that when you are doing this one, these other areas are also done very well. I would urge the ministry and the NEMA specifically now. In some other projects and some other meetings and other agencies and the ministry, they are now trying to prioritize so that they concentrate on some areas and make an impact. And thereafter they can cascade the information. Please, when you are done with the Chisoro, release you have actually tackled the subject matter as far as environment, restoration, and conservation is concerned. So I urge you, team, please focus in those other districts I will mention, plus others. Prioritize. We have 135 plus municipalities and cities, but to get the number of them specifically to make sure you prioritize and support. Areas of enforcement is very, very important. We shall, as committees, when these other regulations are in operation, then we shall see what can be done specifically by us, the members, and other agencies. I implore my colleague here at the region. He has mentioned there has been around all those places, Wampara and the rights, extended to Chisoro and Rubilizi. My point here is that you be visible as a region. Be visible, never. The other day, we sometimes get meetings with Minister of Water. So, Minister of Water sometimes come and have meetings with us at that district level. I urge you, regional officers, get to us, we meet as a team, and we agree on what can be done for the sake of our country and our areas. Lastly, now that you have discovered that some districts are endowed with the natural resources, concentrate on these districts. Concentrate on these districts. And sometimes the natural resources, some of them are not mentioned. Some of the natural resources that are within these other districts are not mentioned. Please get there and do something great for the country. Otherwise, we have some of us, we are praying for you now. Praying for you because of the name. I had talked with some other person to have really gone through this rapid scene, the rationalization. Because the name really should be doing something great, much more than what you are doing. But the next time when we are being consulted, I remember one time, the current deputy head of public service, former PS Health Service Commission. She moved around, and I was one of those. She was Actually, she consulted me and we did about. I even presented, that's when I was still in Umarara. They came around Umarara. So somehow we would like urge you some cases, some partners, agencies that should go. But I recall very well, we said NEMA for NEMA can stay. For us, we are small here, but sometimes we are also concerned. So because we prayed for you, and you have survived, do what is that? Don't keep in your original offices and Kampala, and you will see things getting worse. Next time, in 5 or 10 years, we shall say no, never can as well train other agencies and training. Otherwise, I'm still praying for you. I thank you very much. Thank you for sorrow. Safe journeys as you go back, and the entire team. I was asked to make those few remarks and finally say the meeting is officially closed. Thank you very much.
I also want to wish you gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Administratively, you will receive your facilitation on mobile money. I hope you all registered the numbers that have your action names. If they are not in your action names, please indicate them.